A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to day 2 of the Bimp-Eaga Cybersecurity Summit 2023. Now, ladies and gentlemen, one of the side programs for Bimp-Eaga Cybersecurity Summit is the Hackathon, or also known as Sabah Net Fortinet Security Fabric Range Challenge. So there will be 2 sessions for this, and we will begin with session 1 very shortly. So before we begin, I'd like to invite all the hackathon participants to please enter the back hall. There is a space dedicated for the hackathon, so please enter the back of the hall, the partitioned side of the hall, for your briefing by Byron T. from Fortinet.
Hello, hello. Testing, testing. Okay.
A very good morning. Selamat pagi and kopi vosian, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to day 2 of the Bimp-Eaga Cybersecurity Summit 2023. We will start our plenary session 1 very shortly, so please take your seats. For those of you who are still outside the hall, do enter and take your seats as well. A few housekeeping announcements before we start. Once again, do not forget to register your attendance at the registration counter. There will be a lucky draw at noon today. So kalau belum register, of course tidak boleh menang lah kan. There will also be a grand lucky draw at the end of the day. And how to win the grand lucky draw? This will be only open to those who have signed in attendance on day 1 and day 2, and you have scanned all the QR codes at the exhibitors booths outside the hall. All of them, okay? Baru kamu layak untuk masuk dalam grand lucky draw. And the grand prize is a Philips XXL air fryer. It's really, really nice. And also other prizes, including Philips 40-inch Full HD Android Smart TV. So once again, if you have not registered your attendance today and you have not scanned the QR codes at the exhibitor booths outside the hall, do scan them and register your attendance before the second session today. Okay, and most importantly, please ensure that your handphone is on silent mode throughout the day. If you must take a call, please answer the call outside the ballroom. Once again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We will start the first plenary session with Tan Wee Tak. He's a pre-sales consultant Malaysia at Fortinet Malaysia, and he will be speaking on ZTNA, secure VPN and application access for your hybrid infrastructure and workforce. Tan Wee Tak is the systems engineer with Fortinet Malaysia, responsible as a subject matter expert for the channel business. He works closely with business partners in delivering the Fortinet technology and solution suite to customers across industries. Having spent almost a decade as an information security professional covering security consulting, Wee Tak has a wealth of knowledge in infrastructure and information security. He is well experienced in reviewing security architecture, developing mitigation strategies, threat response, and helping clients realize their strategic business goals. Ladies and gentlemen, Tan Wee Tak.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. So, thanks for the introductions. So, as mentioned, my name is Witek. All right. So, I'm from Fortinet Malaysia. So, I'm based in Kuala Lumpur. So, today, basically, I would like to present you about the ZTNA. All right. So, before I go into my topic, if some of you think my name is very difficult to remember, right? So, what you need to remember is just the Honda VTEC engine. Right, so that's a VTEC. Okay, just call me VTEC. So today I would like to share about the ZTNA. So anyone heard about ZTNA? No? Oh, good, thank you. So basically ZTNA, we call it Zero Trust Network Access. And what is Zero Trust Network Access? Right, so basically we don't trust anyone, right? Not just the human, right? We even don't trust the computer. So today, I think a lot of you know about when I want to connect a VPN, right? A secure VPN back to your office, right? Or back to your data center. So you need to have this ID and password, correct? And probably already implement or you are familiar with this two-factor authentication, right? So, and then today I would like to introduce another additional, we call posture check. So posture check, basically I would like to check your computer, right? Is your computer belong to the company asset, right? How are we going to check that, right? Later I will talk about that. Okay, so let's get started. Right, so this is what is zero trust mindset. So like what I say, zero trust mindset, I don't trust anyone. Right? Whatever you want to come into my network, right? Whenever you want to come into my network, right? To my company network, you plug into your cable, you connect to my Wi-Fi, I need to verify, are you the legitimate employee? Are you the legitimate user? Right? Like what I say, also, we want to check your, the computer asset, right? Is it allowed to come in or not? Okay? So, zero trust mindset. Okay, so you can see here a philosophy for only trusting a user and or device after explicitly confirming their identity and status, right? So it focuses on user, device, and specifically resources being accessed. And when you want to come into my network, right? Let's say you are a finance employee, right? You come in, I only allow you to go into a finance segmentation. So you can see we do a segmentation, zone, and control. Next one is zero trust strategy. So semantic approach to replace implicit trust network edge and remove user. So today you come in to the organization where you VPN come into your organization, basically you can access to the whole segment, correct? So that's why we need to have this architecture, right, to separate. You're only allowed to access to a certain segmentation. And specific project like ZTNA, network segmentation, again, micro segmentation, identity and authentication, like what I mentioned earlier. So this is the architecture change, right? Today in old time, right, so we go back to office, right? And then we connect to the office network. And then we can control the access, right, from our office HQ to data center. Or in HQ, probably you have your resources as well, so you can just simply access. But today, we have expand the business, or we have remote office for branch 1, branch 2, branch 3. Even though we go for our application up to SaaS, right? Software as a service. So that's why the architecture and the technology change rapidly. So how are we going to protect them, especially for our people working from anywhere? So today we have to prepare, the organization, right, have to prepare for our employee to work from anywhere, especially after we learn from the pandemic, right? So then the ZTNA, the evolution of application access. So you can see the keyword here, application access. We don't call the whole network access because when we do zero trust, we also control you only allowed to access to certain application. It's not the whole network, right? Or whole subnet. Right? Sorry, a little bit jargon on the technical terms. Okay, so per session verification. So like what I said, we have MFA, right? Multi-factor authentication, right? We can do single sign-on, device checks identity, of course, right? And OS version. OS version, for example, I only allow, the company only allow you to, because the IT, right, give you a laptop, they already install Windows 10 or Windows 11. If you are not running Windows 10 and above, that is the OS version check. Then you are not compliant to the corporate policy. AV status. Do you have AV installed in your laptop or not? If you do not have AV installed in the laptop, then you also not allowed to connect to my network. So I will, for example, I will have a security guard sitting at the guard house there, right, to check what do you have, right? Oh, sorry, you are not compliant, you cannot come in. You are not registered before, you cannot come in, right? Also, we also can do the vulnerability assessment, right? So we can check your notebook, is it vulnerable or not? If vulnerable, right, then we also can stop you to access to the corporate network. Continuous verification. So the continuous verification, let's say now you want to access to the application 1. We will do the checking, right? So then, yes, you are passed, you are allowed to access. So later on, 30 minutes later or 15 minutes later, you want to access to application 2. We will do the continuous verification again. So that's why now we say it's per sessions, right? Per application. Because we don't want the user go in to access the whole subnet. Can you imagine if the hacker come in, manage to get through access to the whole network, they can do anything, everything they want. So we go access via application. If you're allowed to access application 1, yes. Then later 30 minutes, you try to access application 2, we will check again. Are you allowed to access or not? Right? So probably some user will come in mind, maybe a little bit troublesome, right? Every time probably you want to check this, check that. But when we go into security and friendly, right, usually we need to have a weight on that, right? If you want to have a tight security, then the user friendliness will be less a bit, okay? So, but more important is security. Granular control, right? Access granted only to specific application. Like what I say, we control by application. Right, here is the business driver, work from anywhere, malicious attack, and also crowd journey. Today, we also going up our resources to the crowd. It's not just in the data center. So we need to have the flexibility and also have the protection, right? Okay, so Fortinet, right, we support work from anywhere. So it's a user-based security, consistent experience in all locations. Regardless, you work from home, you work from Starbucks, or you work from office, you have the same experience to access your application. It's transparent to you. Once you double-click the application, the tunnel will automatically establish behind, right? So automatic secure tunnel and continuous verify. Like what I said, we will continue checking, are you the real user or not? Okay? But everything is done transparent to you, right? No worry about that. Right? So first thing first, the device trust, right? Identify authentication device, authorized device or BYOD, approved for access or reward. So like what I say, we will check, right? Today, a lot of people, employees, they bring their own BYOD. So are they allowed to bring their BYOD or not, right? So that's the thing, device trust. Am I trust this device? Secondly, user identity. I want to make sure, are you the right person? Are you the legitimate user or not? Third, posture check, like what I say, the Windows OS, for example, are you installed the right OS allowed to come into my network, right? Number 4, application access, like what I say, we control by application access. It's not access to the whole subnet, right? If you only allow access application 1, then only application 1 or application A. So number 5, encrypted. Everything is encrypted end to end. So that means it's safe. So that's why what we're trying to do here is to protect or reduce the attack surface, right? Especially, like I say, we need to prepare to work from anywhere. And the ZTNA is moving to the universal ZTNA, right? So probably you will see the slide here on my right, the pandemic, we work remotely. And today, we need to prepare not just work remotely, also the campus, the devices, and anyway. Right, this is Fortinet Universal ZTNA architecture. Right, so you see here on my left, right? So there are the resources you have in SaaS, in AWS, in data center. And in the center, which is your solution about the ZTNA. And on my right-hand side, you can access from campus, branches, and remote offices. So you can see, when you are sitting in the campus, right, so you wanted to connect to any application that is sitting in the SaaS, AWS, or data center, we will have a ZTNA control, right? So probably you will ask, where is the ZTNA control, right? How is it controlled? So if your system is running on the SaaS, okay, then we have a solution for you we call SASE, right? So you can connect to our SASE. So the SASE will do the ZTNA checking. Are you the legitimate user? Do you carry the right device, right? Then only we will establish another tunnel for you go to the SASE. Let's say your resource is sitting in AWS, right? So then we can put a FortiGate firewall, right? So the FortiGate firewall basically is just a security guard like what I mentioned earlier. So it will do the ZTNA checking for you, okay? And if data center is much more straightforward, you just put a FortiGate firewall there, right? Then the FortiGate firewall will do the checking for you. So you can see the connectivity regardless you come in from anywhere, right? So it's covered. And the policy, yes, the policy allow, deny. The IDP basically is authentication. And the EMS you see there basically is our endpoint management system, right? Because we will put a FortiClient agent in your laptop. So that's why we can do the manage and control. So this is for example, how about this Paul and Jen, right? Jen is BYOD contractor. Paul is as he work in different location, right? So this is Paul. So he have a FortiClient laptop, FortiClient installed in his laptop. So then he will get all the policy from this policy center, or we call EMS. So what we did is we do tagging. I will tag Paul. You are compliant. For example, I tag you compliant. It's just like today we like to use the tagging, right, in Facebook or in Trigger, whatever. Then we tag, yes, you are compliant, then you can access to this application. Then this policy center will push all the tagging to the SaaS, to our SASE, or to the firewall at AWS, or to the firewall at data center. So that means the tagging is shared across. It's shared across to all these FortiGate firewall. Okay? So when Paul wanted to access to AWS, then the firewall sitting in AWS will do the checking because the firewall sitting in AWS already got the tagging. Are you compliant or not compliant? For example, you are compliant, then yes, you can go into the application sitting behind the AWS. If you are not, then the next-gen firewall at the AWS will stop you if you are not compliant. Right? This is a sample as well if you access application in the SaaS or application sitting in your data center. Okay? So you can see the benefit here is low latency, right? Not need to connect to a cloud, right? And leverage an existing infrastructure, full ZTNA control, continuous verification. Later I will explain more about what is leverage existing infrastructure. And then now we talk about the contractor, Jen, right? So Jen wanted to access to this application in the application or sitting in the AWS. So don't forget, Jen is a contractor, so I cannot force her to install the FortiClient. So the client, you can see, we also have this agentless ZTNA. We also can do the checking. So if you have FortiClient installed in the laptop, right, so the administrator have more visibility. Because I have agent there, I will collect all the laptop information. Right, so even though in our centralized management system for the FortiClient, I can see all the application installed in the laptop. Right, because that is the company asset, right? I have the rights to collect and to see all this information. Right, but for Jen, I can't do that, so that's why we also have the agentless ZTNA checking as well. Okay? So this is Fortinet ZTNA solution. So we leverage on FortiOS. If some of you know our FortiGate is running on FortiOS, right? If any IT folks here or IT administrator here, then this is the OS. It's just like, for example, your Samsung OS today, they also changed it to call One OS, right? So this OS is our proprietary OS, okay? So, and this OS is installed in our FortiGate firewall, okay? So of course, for you, probably a little bit technical is FortiOS 7.0. This is our recommended version, right? If you are not IT, then you go back and tell IT, please upgrade to this version to get the ZTNA supported. And one of the best thing, right? This ZTNA is a features inside the OS. So what you need to do is just take and turn it on, right? You don't need to pay additional subscription, right? And next one in the Xender is ZTNA agent, right? This is what I'm talking about, the FortiClient. The FortiClient is the one to perform the ZTNA and to install in your laptop, right? And then to do control, to collect, and to make all the tagging, okay? So this one is the agent, right? And optional is on the FortiAuthenticator. FortiAuthenticator basically is our, you can see if you know Radius, is to do the authentication, or if you know the ITP, it is in the authenticator. But this is optional, it's not a must. The core element is on these two, right? The ZTNA and the ZTNA application gateway, which is our FortiGate firewall OS, and the center one is the ZTNA agent, right? So if you want to apply like single sign-on or things like that, or two-factor authentication, right? So you can use our Forti token, or your company already have the two-factor authentication, then you can cross-check with us, is it supported or not, right? If yes, then you can continue with the existing 2FA as well. Okay, so next one that I would like to share you a bit more like on the leverage your existing architecture. So that's why you can see the NGSW is the next gen firewall. It's referring to our FortiGate, like what I said, the FortiGate OS. Then, if you guys heard about SD-WAN, it's a hot topic today. The SD-WAN basically is a software-defined wide area network to allow you to connect your HQ to your branches, to the cloud, right, and to the even on the SaaS as well. But that will leverage on our SaaS. And then next one, we talk about SD branch. SD branch is the FortiGate installed in the branch, right? Okay, so there is a FortiGate there. And what is SD branch we take, right? So SD branch, basically we want to extend the component. It's not just FortiGate. It also the switch and our Wi-Fi, or you call AP, right? Why do I want to mention the SD branch here? Because if you know, in cyber security, if you would like to have control, before you can do control, what is the first thing you need to have before I can do control? Right? The answer is visibility. If I do not have visibility, I don't know who is in my network, who is doing what, right? I cannot control them. So that's why the SD branch, if you're running on our switch and also AP, then you can have full visibility, right? After this, if you really want to see a demo, you can go to Fortinet booth, right? So I can do a quick demo for you. What is SD branch talking about? So whoever connect to the AP or to the switch, we know. We know what IP address assigned to them. We know how much bandwidth they use, right? In case the laptop is really compromised, in the FortiGate, we even can configure the automation. The automations to automatic quarantine the computer. But of course, there is some prerequisite needed. Like for example, you use running on our Forti client. So the FortiGate can integrate with the enterprise management system, right? If the PC is going out to a CNC server, for example, who is the first one know this PC is compromised? It's the FortiGate. Then the FortiGate will share the information to the EMS. Hey, buddy, so your client is compromised. Please go and quarantine it. So this thing you can configure automatically. So the IT not need to run around. Not need to run down from 10th floor to 2nd floor to unplug the cable or things like that. Everything is done automatically. So that's why SD branch is very important, right? To get us the visibility to control and do protection. Then next one is SASE. SASE basically is for your remote user. We need to protect your remote user work from anywhere. Because the remote user is sitting in the Starbucks, right, or work from home. No FortiGate is in the Starbucks for them, right? No FortiGate is installed at their home. If you want, I would be more than happy to do that, right? But it would be quite expensive to get all your employees to have FortiGate. So that's why we leverage the SASE. You connect to my SASE. So SASE is just your firewall there, okay? Then from SASE, we will establish the connectivity. Later, I show you a picture on that. Then after that, we talk about the SecTNA. So this is the whole picture, right? End-to-end solution, right, from Fortinet. Okay, so you see here. So protect application in the DC and cloud. So you have people travel home, campus, branch, and factory. And this is your WAN. And your firewall is sitting in data center, your firewall is sitting in the cloud, and also your edge computer, right? So then what is the first thing we do is the SD-WAN. So the SD-WAN will make the connectivity for your campus, for your branch, for your factory, everything interconnected. Everything is encrypted. Again, in our FortiGate, the FortiOS I mentioned earlier, the SD-WAN features, the SD-WAN is also a feature. If you're running FortiGate OS today, in your branch or in your HQ, go back, turn on the features, get the IT administrator to establish the SD-WAN. Right? If you want to know more SD-WAN, you again can come to our booth. We can talk. We can do a demo, or we can talk more about that. So another advantage about SD-WAN, right? Especially today, the broadband is getting more and more cost-effective, right? So a lot of offices they install multiple broadband. So I want to fully utilize the multiple broadband or multiple link, right? If link 1 down, it will automatically go to link 2. Or link 1 I can configure in my policy, right, only allowed for my CEO to run on link 1, right? So if you are running a Teams meeting or you're running an all-hands meeting, right, so you can allocate the higher bandwidth to use for that particular application. Again, the FortiGate, we know the application, right? So that's why we can have application control. For example, you want to go to YouTube, I will put you to link 3, right? Which is the lowest bandwidth, right? So then I can allow you to browse certain YouTube during certain time, or non-office hours, or during lunch. So that's why the SD-WAN, you can do all this kind of control. Right? Then we extend this to SSE is SASE. So just now you can see this is from campus, branch, and factory. So now we also want to cover the workers or your employee working from anywhere, the travel and home. Right? Like what I say, if they can't carry a firewall, go around with them, right? So that's why it can connect to the SASE. If they want to browse internet from SASE, they can go to internet. So it's protected, right? Because the SASE, we already apply all the policy there. Seamlessly as what you are sitting in the office. Right? So it's well protected. Anything will be scanned in the SASE. The AV scanner, everything is the SASE. The web filtering control is there. The application control is also there. Right? So then, from the SASE, you can see this icon ... connect to SD-WAN. Because again, the Fortinet SASE and the SD-WAN, we are coming from one single vendor. So we can build a connector. So if you are working from home, you're working from travel or from Starbucks, you just go to SASE, and if you want to access your corporate resources, if you automatically establish the link to the SD-WAN and go to your data center or go to your cloud, right? Even though from SASE, you can direct establish to the cloud. Okay, so that means that is very, very seamlessly and transparent to the user. The user just open the laptop. I want to access my SFDC or my financial software. I just double click. Either I work from home, I work from branch, I work from HQ, it's the same. But behind the setting up, everything is already there. The architecture is already there. And more important, it's protected. Okay? Then you see the SD branch. So we not just want to see your firewall, we also want to see your switches and AP. So then we can have the full visibility about users sitting down here. All right? Again, no visibility, we cannot do any control. Okay, next you see the purple colored dot. Okay, so the purple colored dot basically is the main topic today, the ZDNA. All right? So from this side, your travel, you connect to SASE. In our SASE, we will do the Zero Trust Network Access Control and checking. Make sure you are the legitimate user, you are allowed to come in. And make sure your laptop, also a corporate laptop, right, with all this software installed, allowed or not allowed, we will check in the SASE. Then, from here, you connect to SASE, we will do the checking. If you go and travel to your branch, you have a FortiGate firewall here. So who will do the checking? The FortiGate firewall here will do the ZDNA checking. If you are from factory, the FortiGate firewall here will do the ZDNA checking. Right? So it's transparent to user because remember what I say? That is a tagging. The tagging is from the endpoint, centralized management endpoint, to share to all these FortiGate firewall in SASE, in branch, in factory, in edge, in data center, right? So probably you will have a question. Well, I have so many firewall, how am I to configure one by one? No worry about that. On top of that, we also have this centralized management we call FortiManager. That is a centralized management to help you to manage all your FortiGate. So your IT administrator is just need to sit in front and access to this manager to configure a profile and then push to all these FortiGate firewall. And then a consistent policy will be applied. Okay, so you won't miss out, like this one is running, the policy is version 1, the one is policy version 2, no worry, because your FortiManager will take care of that. Okay? And then more important today is single vendor SASE or single vendor solutions. Why do I mention single vendor SASE or with single vendor solution? If you are come across or from support or come across from the IT administrator, if you are running multi-vendor solutions, right? For example, my firewall is vendor A. My endpoint protection is vendor B. Right? My SASE is vendor C. When you have issue and you want to do troubleshooting, how many vendors you need to work with? 3 vendors, right? You need to open 3 support tickets, correct? And much more headache that time is, I came across it myself. The vendor A will say, not my problem, it's vendor B problem. Vendor B say, not my problem, it's vendor C problem. Vendor C, not my problem, it's vendor A problem. How am I going to troubleshoot the issue? That would be a lengthy of time. You want to do troubleshooting, and you want to go into the conference call or you call war room to argue with all these vendors, okay? So a very good benefit today, and even Gartner also recognized this, a single vendor solution or single vendor SASE. Then what you need to do, you just need to talk to one vendor, Fortinet. We were taking care of your SASE, we're taking care of your endpoint, we're taking care of your firewall. Okay? So I think that probably come to my last presentation slide. So I'm not sure how much time do I have. 5 minutes. So I can open to the floor because I can see 2 mic there. If you have any question, then you can just ask now. If you want to have a private session with me, of course, you can go to my booth, right? Or you can, I will be around, or you can catch me and to ask your question as well. Any question? I just open to the floor.
Hello, good morning, Mr. Witek. My name is Nurdiana from Aman Manusia. So my questions is, how do we register a device if we have a dynamic IP address network? I mean, do we have to, how do we register a device with dynamic IP address? The next question is, what if we register using MAC address, but there is a MAC spoofing attack? How do we protect the devices from this kind of attacks? That's my question.
All right, good question. So your dynamic IP address, correct. That's a good question because today, even though the telco also using private IP address, I believe this is your question. So how do we know when my user is working from home or working from office, right? So in our SASE, we can configure your private IP address network. So we will recognize by that, right? So we will detect, okay, you coming in for this one. So this is a private IP address. You are working from office, right? So we call on-net and off-net, right? So we will auto detect, are you on-net? On-net, that means you are sitting in the network. Off-net, that means you are sitting outside the network. Yes, we have that. And your next question is a MAC spoofing, right? Yeah. So the MAC spoofing, that one is on the on our FortiGate firewall network layer, right? That one we can do that as well. Okay, I think I'm quite close and running out of time. So of course you still can keep your question and see me around, right? So I will be in the booth or I will be in the hackathon partition, right? So thank you very much. I hope you enjoy my sessions. Bye.
Thank you very much, Witek. Next, ladies and gentlemen, our plenary speaker for session 2 is Christy Chito. He's a pre-sales consultant for Trend Micro Malaysia, and he will be speaking on AI-driven cybersecurity platform. Chris is a pre-sales consultant at Trend Micro Malaysia, as mentioned just now, and he has over 8 years of experience in IT, specialized in network, infrastructure, as well as security. He has in-depth knowledge of enterprise security, data protection, IT service management, and IT resource management, and has served customers from various industries ranging from oil and gas, FSI, education, government, and telecommunications.
Is it okay?
All right, over to you, Chris. Let's give him a big hand, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Morning, guys. Okay. I have my own clicker, okay. All right, guys. Yep, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, tuan-tuan, puan-puan sekalian. So, yep, today my topic will be a AI-driven cybersecurity platform, okay. But before we start talk about the AI-driven cybersecurity platform, I will probably have a brief introduction about Trend Micro, ourselves. I'm Chris from the Trend Micro Malaysia office, okay. Yep, without further ado, let's move on with the... Okay, technical issue, huh? Okay. Sorry. It's a bit laggy, okay? It's about time to change my laptop. Okay, so just a brief introduction about Trend Micro. It will be very quick, no worries, okay? So yep, this is basically Trend Micro. We have been focused in cybersecurity for the past 30 plus years, and we have 7,000 over employees across 65 over countries. Okay, that's it. I don't want to spend much time on this, okay? Yep, so this is what I want to spend more time into. Yep, a cybersecurity platform, but I'll come into the AI to align back with the topics today for this event, okay? So yep, this is basically our cybersecurity platform. If you guys are aware about the native XDR platform from Forrester and the idea of vendor consolidation from Gartner, okay, all these entities is talking about all those vendor consolidation and native XDR. So this is basically like the answer from Trend Micro, okay? So as you can see, we have all the white color parts over there is what we call it point solutions, okay? We have our endpoints, we have our server antivirus, we have our email security solution, as well as we have our network over there, okay? So all of this is what we call it point solution. Yep, you guys might be wondering, yep, I will be able to still do endpoint security, do email security in a separate console, but it just makes much more sense to actually do it together. I'll come into this later, okay? So this is basically the cybersecurity platform. And on top of that, as you may have noticed, we are doing zero trust as well. But our zero trust is a little bit different compared to others. Also, if we have time, I'll come to that later. Okay, so that's basically the cybersecurity platform that we're talking about over here. Okay, so again, to align with today's topic, extended detection and response. Yep, some ask, what's XDR? Previously, we have EDR, and then now XDR, and then you also have things like NDR. So XDR over here, right, is basically extended detection and response. Okay, like how his name is extended over the endpoint, because like endpoint previously is basically just focusing to the endpoint areas, right? So the extended over here is like the cybersecurity platform just now, that we have all the layers integrated in one single console to achieve detection and response. So come back to the AI enhanced correlation over here, okay? So yep, what's AI, okay? Anyone can name a few applications to our daily life of AI, artificial intelligence? Anyone want to try? I guess no one, yep. Yes, correct. ChatGPT. ChatGPT is one of it. Yep. It's an AI-based kind of search method. Previously, we used Google, we used Bing, we used, all those search engine, Yahoo, right? But now we are talking about ChatGPT. It's an interactive way of doing some search or even do a chat if you want somebody to talk with, right? That's one of the most widest application that we can see. But other than that, we are seeing self-driving with AI as well, okay? All of these are powered by AI, powered by artificial intelligence, powered by machine learning and all those stuff, okay? Then also at last we have, I'm helping Microsoft to actually, the Copilot from Microsoft, as you guys may have already know. All these are actually working towards kind of like AI enhanced, but you will notice that all of this, in the end, they still need us to drive. AI driving, we still need us to actually handling the steering and things. We still need to monitor and all those, right? So same goes to cybersecurity. But how will it help in terms of helping you guys, security analysts, administrator, or the security team to actually manage the cybersecurity of your whole environment, okay? So that will come into this. So before I start talking about the XDR, probably I will have a little bit of history to talk about the previous components that we have, okay? This is kind of like the history, the evolution of XDR, okay? Everyone was wondering what XDR is so special about, because everyone is like a buzzword in the market. Everyone is talking about XDR and all those. So, okay, this is the history. Let's start with the most right-hand side over here. Okay, it's your left, okay? So, like 20 plus years ago, if we talk about security visibility, we can't run away from SIM, right? SIEM. In fact, we are still using that now. My customers are still using that now, no problem, okay? Because SIM still has its place, okay? So SIM, yes, during the time it is introduced, it solved a lot of problems. Every single corners of your environment, as long as they support syslog, forward to one of your single pane of console so that you have full visibility in just one console, your SIM, of all of your environment logs, correct? But people started to realize, okay, yes, I see Chris PC. I see my PC. Administrators see my PC. Having a lot of registry changes, having a lot of suspicious URL access and all those. But what's next? So the keyword here is what's next? What I can do from SIM. So that's why people resorted into looking at the second one, which is the EDR, right? So what's EDR doing? All those things that I mentioned just now, if I wanted to isolate the endpoint, if I wanted to remote collect a file, I wanted to remote shell into that particular endpoint, I can do all those in the EDR console, right? Natively. That means I'm doing detection and response natively from the EDR console, which SIEM cannot do, right? Then zooming back to today, let me ask you a question. How many threats that you are seeing, how many ransomware or data breaches, all of those events that you've seen in the news are actually just involving one layer, which is the endpoint? No, right? It involves multiple layers. It's also what we call multi-vector attacks nowadays. Like Ryuk ransomware, I'm not sure you guys heard about this. RYUK, the Ryuk ransomware. If you guys know about this, right, it actually hit some of the medical sectors also in Malaysia. So how does it happen, right? Just a brief idea. It actually came from a Google Drive link sent to the user. The user somehow, of course, clicked on it, downloaded a file, started to have SMB connection 445 to his peer, which is the server. Then, of course, at last will be the server. So you see, just one single ransomware, Ryuk ransomware, how many layers that is spanned? Email first, endpoint second, network 445 SMB, the last will be the server, 4 layers. So that's why, no choice. People coming out with creative ideas. Trend Micro also is the one coming out with these creative ideas. Since we have all those point solutions that we have accumulated over the past 30 plus years, right? So the idea is like, okay, why not give them an XDR? But it's undeniably, EDR is a good start. because it's kind of like give us a glimpse on what to do with all the other layers. So that's why during around end of 2019, we came up with this XDR, okay? So XDR over here is basically combining the best of those both in SIM and EDR. Remember, SIM gives you multi-layer visibility. As long as it supports syslog, no problem. I can forward to SIM, right? But then it does not have any native detection and response tools. Yes, you might have those, but probably it's not as native as EDR, right? Then come to EDR. EDR, we do have all those native detection and response tools. Remote shell, remote collect file, remote isolation, everything can be done from the EDR console. But like how it's named, is only limited to the endpoint detection and response. So XDR over here is like combining the best of those both, giving you multi-layer visibility. At the same time, each of those layers, you'll be able to perform some sort of detection and response tasks over them, okay? Then of course, which is the last, enhanced XDR. So how do we do the enhanced XDR? I will not talk about it. I will just directly show you a demo, okay? I believe you guys are tired with all those talking, so let's just straight away go to a demo over here. Okay, all right, cool. Okay, I will need to operate. Hello. Okay, this will require me to operate my console. So as you guys can see over here, I have this so-called XDR console, which is our Vision 1, Trend Micro Vision 1. So how does this thing works over here? Okay, like how I have mentioned just now, all of those point solutions that we have mentioned, you can see them connected, like for example, this XDR cybersecurity platform over here, right? The centralized cybersecurity platform. I have endpoints, I have web, I have cloud app security for the email, O365, and then I have Apex One also for the endpoint. After all of this are showing the green ticks over here. You guys can see my cursor, right? Yep. After all of this are showing the green ticks over here, right? They are actually connected to this Vision 1 XDR platform over here. And after they are connected, what are they doing? We are collecting telemetries and metadata. Bear in mind, when I talk about telemetries and metadata, it's not simply like logs. Because logs is something that probably already happened. I see a line of logs in my AV. I see a line of logs in my email security console. That is something that have already been taken action of, either quarantine, deleted, passed or whatever based on the policies. But what I'm talking about over here, what are these layers contributing to the XDR console over here are telemetries and metadata. And telemetries and metadata, good thing is that no matter or not it is malicious or it is not, we will continuously to collect all this. So to put it in a layman term, it's kind of like simply a CCTV for your endpoint, a CCTV for your server, for your network, for your email, for all those layers. Because we'll keep on recording all of those behavior of your environments, okay? So what are the good things that after we have collected all of those telemetries? Of course, this comes to also align with today's topic, which is the AI-driven cybersecurity platform. So after we have collected all of those telemetries, these are every single line of events over here are basically correlated events that we've seen in the environment. Like for example, this particular event, suspicious web access after suspicious email. What defines suspicious web access? What defines suspicious email? Nothing, right? So all these over here, all these correlation rules are basically AI-driven. With machine learning, we learn how attack techniques being used by the attacker. Then we come up with all these notable correlated events. then it will actually tell you how is the risk score, 47 to the environment, how many endpoint does it involve, how many user does it involve, and how many mailboxes does it involve. Okay, here comes the best part. When you click on it, when you click on those core related event, every single line of it takes some time, okay? All right? So this is what you get. Bear in mind, this is not something that administrator have to link up. All those bubble is not something that administrator have to do, have to configure or stuff. It's all by our AI-based correlation rules, okay? So at a first glance, I can already know that, okay, this particular line of correlated event, it came from an email, go into this user, and this user also is the same user who are logging into this PC, and then this PC has downloaded this file, go to this URL, and run this command. You see everything at a first glance. I already know the full story. And not just that we are giving you full visibility, multi-layer visibility. Each of this layer over here, like for example, the email, let's start from just the email. I can also do some sort of detection and response. I can right-click, show detail profile. Yep, I'll be able to see all of these subjects, sender, recipient, attachment, even the full email header. That's something that I can do some investigation with, because email header, we have valuable information like SMTP mail from and all of those. I can do it straight away from this screen. But of course, this is just a mock demo, so the logs retention is not there anymore. So you don't see anything, okay? But by right, you will be able to see the email header, okay? Then after I've investigated, okay, I've come into a conclusion that, okay, this email is the culprit. So what to do with this email? I can right-click, quarantine the message. Doesn't mean quarantine the email. So whoever that got this email and with the same message ID, I can just, as an administrator, okay, Chris is over here. Then, okay, just now Mr. Tan is over here. Okay, I'll just click Mr. Tan and Chris over here. Both of us, just assume lah, because anyhow it's a mock demo. Then two of us, whoever that have received this email, from this console, I can straight away generate this quarantine message task. And then I create. Once I click on the create button, that means this console over here will instruct the email secretary to pull out the email even though if it's already landed. That's only the email part. Then, okay, if it goes to somehow we didn't, unfortunately, we can't actually block it from the email layer, then it goes to the user, goes to the endpoint. Okay, same stuff over here. From the endpoint, we can also do things like how EDR is doing. So just to recap on the thing, so don't get me wrong, we are not trying to replace SIEM over here, because SIEM still has its place, SAW still has its place. If you're using that, in fact, we can complement to your SIM or SAW, because they are not vendor dependent, right? Anything that supports syslog, again, I can forward the logs to them and do all those centralized management and things. But if you're asking, are we replacing EDR over here? Yes, we are. Because as you can see what we are doing over here, checking the execution profile, which is deep dive into the endpoint, we are basically doing what EDR is doing over here. All these processes, run these processes, and then at last triggered to these processes. Why? Because we've seen all of these observe attack techniques, which is suspicious. Then if we click on the event, there's a summarize of all of the activities that these processes have done. Trying to connect it to outbound IP addresses, connect it to URL. This is suspicious. Risk level is medium, is because we have never before seen this URL. Then it's also trying to create files. If it's a files again, I can straight away collect the files over here. Okay, so that's EDR stuff. Okay, probably I will not go more in depth into that. Of course, I can do all of those remote shell, isolate the endpoint, as we have mentioned earlier. This is basically EDR stuff, okay? Then if we go into the network part, which is the web, which is this URL over here, we can also do some sort of detection and response over here by right-click, adding this URL to the block list. Does mean any subsequent detection of this URL that pick up by our agents, by our XDR over here, we will be able to block that. And also one more good thing is that we can, this console over here, we can also integrate with some of the mainstream firewalls, like of course Fortinet is one of it, Palo Alto, Checkpoint, all three of this is with native integration, but even though it's not with native integration, we have APIs. So after integrated with all those firewalls, right, we can kind of like send this URL that we have added to the block list, send to the firewalls. Firewalls can do further enforcement to actually block this URL. Okay, so that's how it works. So you see just one single console over here, how many detection and response that you can do, how many layers that you can do. And of course, I miss out this part over here also. Like for example, that if I've already done all the cleanup job from the email, from the endpoint, from the web, but in the end, I still suspect this user is the culprit because password has been compromised. That's normal, right? So from the console here, I can also right-click this user, disable the user account, force sign out them, or even force a password reset. Again, straight away from this console. Yep, you guys might be wondering, okay, I can do all this. I can still do all of this separately in separate console. Yes, you will be able to. But imagine the time that you need to spend to do triage, to come out with all this correlation, to come out with all this conclusion over here. How many time that you have to spend? Let's just talk about the email and the endpoint. We don't touch much on, okay? Just the email and the endpoint. You have to go to your email security logs, look at all those logs, and then match the time frame, do it together with your endpoint, match it back with your malicious file detection, then you have to correlate manually. Imagine how many time that you have to spend over there. When we talk about data breaches, when we talk about ransomware, any security incident, agree, time is of the essence. Agree? The faster that you can contain the situation, the lower the impact will be. So that's what we are trying to achieve over here. To give you all this kind of correlation automatically from the console so that you do not need to spend much time into that. What you'll need to do as an administrator, you will just need to perform all of these actions over here. Or even you can actually configure some security playbooks to achieve automation. Like for example, when there's this bunch of events happening over here in the environment, I will need to do automatically isolate this endpoint. I need to do automatically add this URL to the block list. I can even do that with the security playbooks over here to achieve some sort of automation, okay? All right, I'll probably not drill into that further. Let's go back to my slide over here. But before I back to my slide, any question on the console? Any question on the XDR? Okay, no? Yep, so that's my demo. So yep, to sum it up, basically this is what value that we are bringing to you guys, bringing to your security environment, your administrator and all those. So this is how I like to show this slide because it gives you kind of like a tangible feel of how XDR can help in the environment. So you see, the most, again, left that we have sensors. Sensors are basically all of those point solutions that I mentioned just now. We have emails, we have server, we have endpoint, we have network, all of those point solutions. Once they are connected, they send telemetries to this Vision One platform. So we gather all of those telemetries in the first stage. Then second stage, we will apply AI, we will apply machine learning on top of them. Then third stage, we will enrich them with MITRE ATT&CK mappings. Then at the last second stage over here, we will do correlation. Then of course, at the last stage, we will group all of those correlated event. That means we have 3 lines of correlated event probably. but 3 lines of those correlated events involve a same endpoint name, for example. Then we will even group them further as an incident view. So instead of looking into millions line of logs, I'm not exaggerating about the millions line of logs. Let's just give you an example. You have 500 endpoints, you have probably 50 servers. Each of those machines, every day, how many Windows security logs that is generating, how many Windows event that is generating. Not even talk about your network logs, not even talk about your security logs yet. So yes, it's basically million lines of logs. We gather all of those. Instead of looking at that million line of logs, what you guys will be looking at is just a few incidents. So again, it sharply reduced the time that you need to react to an incident. Nowadays, people are talking about MTTD and MTTR, mean time to detect and mean time to response, right? Whenever talk about detection and response, whenever talk about SOC, they are very crucial on these two aspects, these two factors over here. So with XDR over here, you guys pretty much can imagine how much of increase in this kind of MTTD and MTTR, how much does it help? Surely, because we already help you to do all the correlation, and each of the bubble that you're seeing just now, you can also do some sort of detection and response, okay? So that's how it works. Okay, so that's the XDR. Okay, so this is basically the architecture. So as you can see, we have all those endpoints, emails, cloud, as well as network traffic analysis. All of them are contributing to this Vision One platform in the middle over here. So we apply all of those AI-based correlation techniques or detection rules. Then at last, you guys or SIEM or SOC analysts will have to just look at that few incidents. Can react faster, respond faster to the incident. Okay? Then on top of all this, you might be wondering, okay, how do I apply XDR to my environment? How do I apply Trend Micro XDR to my environment, correct? Good thing also about our Vision One XDR over here is scalable. I believe most of you is using our endpoint part over here, right? Which is our Apex One. Yeah, just for your information, Apex One is our sensors for the endpoint. So if you're really interested to turn on or POC with the XDR or what so, you can basically just turn on the sensor inside of the Apex One agent, then it's actually running XDR. So again, back to this slide, good thing about our XDR over here, right, that is scalable. That means we're not saying that if you want to invest into our XDR, you have to have all of our sensors, all of our layers over here. Each of those layers, they'll be correlated to each other. That means it's not a must that you have to invest into everything, but the more that you put in, the more correlation that we can work with. Like for example, if we have the Apex One and we have the email security over here from Trend Micro, right? We can have that two integrated and perform detection and response and do correlation automatically. And then later, if we decided to, maybe phase 2 or phase 3, we decided to include also the server and the network part, it will be beneficial to your existing, which is your endpoint and your email. So see what I'm trying to show over here is scalable. Each of the layer that you add in, it will be beneficial to your existing. Okay, so that's our XDR. So on top of all this, again, like I mentioned just now, we are also doing Zero Trust. But I don't think I have much time over here, so I'll just give you guys a preview. If you guys are really interested into Zero Trust, do come to our booth. I'm there with my account manager, Lau, so we will be there to explain to you even further. But what I will show over here is just a demo video, okay? So this here, over here is a demo video. So if you guys still remember, right, each of those correlated events just now, will be given a risk score, right? So what does that risk score works to work with? What's the objective of that risk score? So this is how. Let's play this video. Okay, as you can see over here, this user just assume is a normal user, is trying to access to my internal application that we call Wiki over here, our internal application, then it's also trying to access O365. No problem, right? But then assume that this user suddenly has been compromised by an attacker. Then it's trying to do some suspicious activity over here. It's trying to run a, oh, too fast. Where am I? Where's my cursor? Okay. It's trying to do some memory dump over here, as you can see. Proc dump.exe, blah, 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 dump count, reach, and stuff, okay? So after it runs a memory dump, so you see the bottom right corner over here, right? Zero trust secure access. Access to application, wiki, blah, blah, blah has been blocked because your user account is currently in high risk status. So that's the usage of the risk score that I've shown just now. Whenever a user risk score reach a certain threshold, like it's not supposed to run memory dump, right? Because it's a normal user. Then it runs memory dump. It will actually increase the risk score when there's detection over there. And when the risk score reach a certain threshold, then what we will do, when this user try to go to the wiki just now again, go to O365, go to wiki, it's not accessible anymore. Because we already consider this user as a high-risk user. And then you can see also O365 account has been blocked, has been locked, okay? So this is the zero trust that we are emphasizing over here. Most of the zero trust out there that you can see, most of them, they are basically focused into user-based risk. Anomaly logins, what else? Brute force, or yeah, all of those, right? So what are we doing over here? If you guys notice, we are doing the risk assessment of the whole endpoint itself. That means including if the endpoint detected some ransomware, if the endpoint detected some malware, Trojan, or whatever stuff, that will also affect the risk score. And in the end, resulting into blocking the access of whatever kind of application that you want to protect. Both internet and internal. The wiki just now is an internal application. So I can even protect my own kind of like my own SAP, my own web server, my own database or whatsoever, or I can also protect the O365. Because this, to put it in layman term, this acts like a last resort of defense for those data breaches out there. You see, you run all the threat cycle and stuff, then in the end, attacker, what they are trying to do is to upload some data into an external server or whatsoever, right? So this is kind of like the last resort of defense. They have done all those threat cycle. They've done all those suspicious stuff. Then they raise the risk score of the endpoint to a certain high. Then we start to apply actions over here. Because it's not that practical to block all of those stuff, right? Your user, they eventually will have to use OneDrive. They will need to use Teams to increase productivity. So if you block those completely, no, you're actually decreasing their productivity. So that's what we are trying to apply over here. We only block them when they are risky. Okay? So that's the usage of the risk score. Again, this is just a simple demo. If you guys want to know more about our Zero Trust, do feel free to come to our booth. We are there. So yep, that's it from my side. Any question? I think, oh, no more time for me. Okay, 2 minutes. Any question if you guys? But again, like I mentioned, we are here outside the booth. So if you guys are interested, you can come to our booth. We can explain more to you. All right? Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. As mentioned by Chris, if you all have any questions, you can personally approach Chris or visit their booths. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a short break for tea break, so you can go and have your kopi-kopi, tea at the hall next door. Same place where you guys had breakfast and same place where we'll be having lunch later on. Please be back at 10:45 a.m. Once again, please be back at 10:45 a.m. In the meantime, you can have coffee, tea, and also don't forget to visit the exhibitors' booths outside. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be starting our third plenary session very soon. For those of you yang masih di luar hall, please enter the hall and take your seats. For those of you who are already in the hall, please take your seats as well. All right, let's start with the third session today. I'd like to invite attorney Ryan Lee Messias, a legal consultant from ICT Davao Incorporated, IDI Philippines. He will be discussing or presenting a topic about navigating legal complexities in the age of artificial intelligence. Ryan Lee is a Philippine lawyer currently serving as a legal consultant at ICT Davao Incorporated, where he plays a pivotal role in representing the information technology and business process management sector, advocating for over 70,000 workers. As a senior legal associate, he specializes in handling cybercrimes and cases related to data privacy and protection. His proficiency in these critical areas ensures legal compliance and safeguards the interests of clients. Ryan Lee embodies a multifaceted legal professional, contributing significantly to the legal landscape through consultancy, education, and advocacy, exemplifying his commitment to advancing legal knowledge and practice. Over to you, Attorney Ryan Lee.
Thank you so much for the kind introduction, Madam MC. Good morning, everyone. How are you? I hope you are now ready to listen for another session after the coffee break. Once again, I'm Ryan Lee Messias. I'm from the Philippines. I'm basically based in Davao City. And I'm the legal consultant of the local ICT Davao, local ICT Council, the ICT Davao Incorporated. So this morning, I'm tasked to discuss or present this topic, navigating legal complexities in the age of artificial intelligence. I'll be using AI and artificial intelligence interchangeably during my presentation. Just an overview of what I'm going to present this morning. So you've been, from the previous presenters, you've been hearing about AI in a technical sense, as a technology. So in my presentation this morning, I'll be focusing on AI in the legal sense. What is AI in the legal sense? And also I'll be briefly discussing AI regulation and data privacy and AI, intellectual property, and of course, cybersecurity, which is this summit is all about. Now, AI is getting really good in changing how we do things in many areas of life. But the problem is, as it becomes more common, there are a lot of complex legal and regulatory problems to figure out. Like, we need to look at the existing laws and, of course, the development of new regulations and think about what's right and fair to make sure AI helps us without hurting our fundamental rights and values. But before we look at the laws relevant to AI, let's define what AI is. I think you're very familiar already about the definition of AI in a technical sense. So it's this. So I'm not reading it, since you are very familiar of what's AI already in a technical sense. But there is no universally agreed upon meaning of AI. There's the simple definition of what is AI. AI is using computers to solve problems or make automated decisions for tasks when done by human typically requires intelligence. And what are these tasks? Like, say, for example, playing cards, driving cars, translating languages. These are believed to require advanced thinking processes. But when humans perform these tasks, we engage in complex reasoning, abstract conceptualization, and so on. But when a computer is able to tackle these tasks using similar cognitive processes, we label it as AI. But in the legal sense, what is AI? So when we talk about AI and law, we start by looking at the rules that apply to software and data. So a good way of thinking about it is that when you don't know what it does, it's AI. But otherwise, it's just software and data. So in the legal sense, we just treat it as software and data. So when we are dealing with contracts involving AI, like say, for example, contracts between cybersecurity software providers and, of course, the vendors, we treat AI as software and data. So the fundamental rules in treating software and data comes in place. But later on, there are issues that our existing laws are not incapable of applying with. And these are the complex landscape of AI regulation. So AI technologies are incredibly versatile, as I mentioned, finding applications in various fields such as self-driving cars, healthcare, diagnostic, and algorithmic trading. Because of this diversity, it's tricky to come up with a one-size-fits-all regulation. You know, the technology is very fast, and often the laws can't keep up, right? Like when Congress passed a law regulating AI, or even planning to provide rules on AI, it would take months for Congress to do that, right? They need to pass a bill first, and that it shall be deliberated in the lower committee, and then after that, it will be passed to another level, and then and so on and so on. So, say for example, after 6 months of deliberating to create or enact a law, that 6 month, that AI or that present AI becomes obsolete. A new AI is already in the market and needs to be regulated. So this leads to a range of legal issues, including concerns about privacy, safeguarding data protection, intellectual property, and determining liability. So these are the key areas that with legal issues that I'm going to be limiting my presentation with. There are a lot of legal issues about AI, but I don't have that much time to discuss it with you today. So I'll be limiting my presentation with data privacy protection, intellectual property, and of course, cyber security. So I'll be posing these questions with you guys. And we'll try to answer these questions by the end of my presentation. So one is data protection. Data protection whose impact on AI that uses personal data is already profound. So we need to strike the right balance between enabling innovation through data access and preserving individual privacy, and that's a challenge. How would we strike that balance? Like, we don't, if we pass a regulation that it would not kill innovation. If too much rules that the Congress or the government will pass, it would not encourage innovators to pass or to create more innovations in AI. Another key area is intellectual property. So why do we need to discuss intellectual property? This poses another legal challenge in the age of AI. AI systems can generate original content. You know that, right? And you even try to create original content using AI. Now, also in the field of music and art, or even in scientific research, in school, right? Students are now using AI to do their assignments, research, and then they even try to publish articles using AI. So now, this raises the question of who owns the right to this content? Is it the creator of the AI? Is it the user of the AI? Or is it the AI itself? So that's why we need to discuss this. And of course, the third key area is about cybersecurity. This is both a technical problem and a social problem for me. Well, network defense, like this summit is all about, like we need to secure and be aware of cybersecurity threats. But that's just the network defense sides, and that's the technical half of cybersecurity. But the other half of cybersecurity is it's the social half. It's about the law. What is security in cybersecurity? So, in my presentation later, I have this principle that law is the foundation of cybersecurity. And the law, because the law defines security in cybersecurity. All right? Now, those are the key areas, and I'll start with data privacy and AI. A critical issue in the realm of AI is privacy and data protection. As AI systems become more capable of processing immense volumes of data, we have worries about potential misuse and infringement of privacy rights. And take, for example, facial recognition technology. Did you know that social media is using facial recognition? Like when you tag a person, then it automatically tag the face of that friend of yours or family members of yours, right? So while it serves a valuable purpose in security, it also sparks concerns regarding consent and the right to privacy. Now, to address these concerns, we have lawmakers worldwide are actively working to reinforce data protection laws. Now, the European Union's General Data Protection Regulation, or the GDPR, which I will be discussing later, okay, this is a significant example of such efforts, and imposing strict rules for handling data and substantial penalties for non-compliance. So what is this GDPR? I think some of you here are very familiar with GDPR since you need to comply with GDPR in deploying AI. The GDPR, it has a couple of principles that you need to remember. As AI systems often rely on processing massive amounts of data, including personal data, to learn and enhance their performance. Therefore, when designing and implementing AI system, these GDPR principle, rights and provisions become crucial. We have the lawful basis for data processing. That's one principle. Another principle is data minimization and purpose limitation. And also accuracy and storage limitation, right to information regarding automated decision making, privacy by design and privacy by default, data protection and impact assessments, security and accountability, cross-border data transfer, and rights of individuals. So these are the principles that are provided by the GDPR. And what are these principles? Why do we need to learn this, Ryan? These principles, you know that we don't have a global framework yet of what is AI, although later on I'll be discussing some current trends about AI regulation, but in a global perspective, we don't have the regulation or the rules yet or specific rules to govern AI. So these principles are very helpful in creating frameworks in the national level on how do we craft our laws in regulating AI. The first principle is the lawful basis for data processing. According to this principle, companies developing or using AI should determine whether they process personal data, and if so, what legal basis is applicable for their processing activities. So you need to have a legal basis in processing personal information. Now, they should comply with all requirements in relation to the legal basis they rely on. For example, if they rely on consent, they must ensure that the consent is free, informed, specific, and unambiguous. I have here the image of agree, like the click agree button that you usually do when we install a new software in our phones, right? And then, oh, there's a new software. Oh, this is good. This is a new AI. Okay, I'm going to install it in my phone. Then after that, we'll be reading a very long list of terms and conditions. And at the bottom of that, terms and conditions, you have there, click to agree, right? Now, think about it. Did you really read that long terms and conditions? Who among you here have read that? Oh, no one? Well, we lawyers, we don't have a choice but to read them, the very long list of terms and conditions. And now, but for the public, is it considered consent that is free, informed, specific, and unambiguous? Is click to agree enough? Well, according to jurisprudence in the Philippines, there's already jurisprudence that says, no, it is not enough. The consent must be free meaning, and also the second term there, informed. The AI developers must make sure that the users are informed of what are the privacy privacy clauses here, or or is there a clause there that says that whatever I created using generative AI, I reserve ownership of this one to the manufacturer, or I consent that the use of AI, I consent to the use of all my personal data in my phone, and you just click agree anyway. And then later on you'll complain, why is my data leaked to public? And then the manufacturer would just say, oh, you said, you click agree. But according to the GDPR principle, that is not enough. Another principle, GDPR principle, is data minimization and purpose limitation. Okay. Can AI developers just collect all types of data from you? So AI developers and systems should collect and process only such personal data as is necessary to accomplish their intended purposes. In addition, the processing of personal data must be restricted to necessary purposes and only be done for these terms: legitimate, explicit, and specified purposes. So they cannot just use your personal information for illegitimate activities. Another GDPR principle is accuracy and storage limitation. AI systems processing the personal data of individuals must maintain accurate and up-to-date records of such personal data and not retain it for longer than necessary. So they cannot store our personal data in perpetuity. Another GDPR principle is the right to information regarding automated decision making, and this one is very crucial also. GDPR mandates organizations making decisions based solely on automated processing that produce legal or similarly significant effects for data subjects to inform them of such activity, provide meaningful information about the logic involved, and explain the significance and envisaged consequences of the processing. The information should be specific and easily accessible. But right now, even though we don't know what is this AI or how this AI works, you don't care about how this AI works, so long as you have your output, right? But according to GDPR principle, the user must know about how are these processes function in a certain app. Privacy by design and privacy by default. The GDPR strongly emphasizes including data protection measures in AI systems from the design stage and throughout the life cycle of AI deployment. Organizations must incorporate privacy preserving technologies and default configurations to guarantee data security and privacy in AI applications. Let's have this case. The data that we share online can have an impact on our individual privacy, often unbeknownst to us. Individuals' behavior online, including abstract information such as patterns, social media, likes, scrolling, speeds, may be modeled and used as basis for targeted advertising or behavioral manipulation. And later on, we know that they're targeting, they do this, but are you aware by the time that you install your AI that they're going to use your personal information for targeted ads? Right? So you're not aware, but you just use it anyway because your friends use it, my coworkers are using it, and so on. Another principle of GDPR is the data protection impact assessment. According to Article 35 of the GDPR, organizations must undertake DPIAS, data protection impact assessments. This is for AI applications that pose a significant threat to the rights and freedom of individuals. So before deploying AI systems, these assessments assist in identifying and mitigating potential data protection risks. And another principle is security and accountability. Organizations must be responsible for data processing by their AI systems and ensure that AI applications handling personal data are equipped with security algorithms to safeguard the personal data. Furthermore, such organizations should also adopt other appropriate technical and organizational measures in line with the nature of the risk posed by their processing activities. But this is in line with the usual concept of attributing accountability. So it's the organization, according to the GDPR, that is gonna be liable or responsible for any AI issues. Of course, another principle is cross-border data transfers. GDPR emphasizes ensuring appropriate safeguards for cross-border transfers of personal data. Therefore, organizations developing and using AI systems need to ensure that if they transfer any personal data internationally, they have sufficient controls in place, such as, say, for example, binding corporate rules or standard contractual clauses saying that we are still liable even if we deploy this AI in other parts of the world, like in Malaysia, Philippines, Singapore, and so on. So there must be this clause or this agreement. And another GDPR principle, the last one, is about the right, and what are our rights under this GDPR? Rights of individuals. AI system must respect and adhere to the data subject rights under the GDPR. What are these rights? The right to access, rectification, erasure, restrict processing, data portability, and to object. And this right also actually includes the right to not give consent. But do we have that option when we install any app? Does it put there, click to agree, click not to agree? Of course you click agree anyway, right? Because you want to use the application. These are just some relevant for law practitioners here or IT practitioners. These are relevant provisions I've taken from the GDPR that you can use and refer to about the principles that I have just mentioned. So once again, controllers using AI for processing should comply with the principles of the GDPR. GDPR can be used by policymakers, regulators to take a prudent and risk-focused approach in dealing with data privacy and protection. So that's it with data protection and privacy. Now I'll proceed with the second key area. This one is interesting. Intellectual property and AI. You know, as AI continues to evolve, there are legal and ethical questions surrounding intellectual property, ownership, and also protection that it grows increasingly complex. So AI systems are increasingly producing creative works across various domains, such as music through Amper Music. We also have translations with DeepL, poetry with Google's verse by verse, and also paintings by Artbreeder. So these creations often blur the line between human and AI-generated content. So however, this does not guarantee that they will automatically receive copyright protection. So with my questions earlier, if you generate a content using a generative AI, do you own it as a user? Or is it the app manufacturer or developer owns that generative AI content? So example here is this image that is created in collaboration with AI. So what is the rule? So if I'm an artist, I'd like to use an AI, and then it would make me much easier to create a content. So I'll just use an AI, then after creating a painting, I'll sell it, and then I'll register it to the copyright office. Okay, that's my work. Will you be protected if you're going to use AI? So what is the rule? So the rule is this. So in cases where AI-generated work involves human intervention or creativity, the individual who contributed to the work may, again, it's just may be deemed the author. So don't worry, so you are, I think all of us now are painters, right? You just use an AI and then, okay, now I'm a painter. I'm gonna print it and then sell it, right? But is it legal? Yes, that's legal. And are you the author thereof? Yes, you are the author thereof. In instances of intellectual property creation, authorship would be ascribed to the human originator as opposed to the AI entity. So the answer to the question right now is, can AI own it by itself? So no. But that is just a simple situation. What is the issue of authorship becomes more complex when dealing with AI system that operates independently and generates a work without human intervention. If that is the case, who owns the generated work? Right? So that is one legal issue that is not currently, we don't have existing law about that. There are jurisdictions who even propose that we need to recognize a legal separate personality of AI. But of course, there's been debate about that. So how about you? Will you allow an AI to have a separate legal entity? So you'll be competing with AI, right? If I'm an artist and I'll be joining a competition about painting and so on, and my competitors are AI 1, AI 2, and AI 3, that could be a possibility, but we don't know. So that's another issue for AI or independent AI without human intervention. Okay? Let's take the case of Authors Guild versus Google. It's a 2015 case, so I'm sorry, I will not give you the whole details of the case. But the summary of this case is that it involved a copyright infringement lawsuit filed by the Authors Guild against Google. The lawsuit was prompted by Google's digitalization of millions of books and subsequent creation of a searchable engine or searchable database. And now here, Authors Guild says, no, that's my copyright. I did not allow Google to do that. I did not allow Google to publish my works online. So, but what does the court say? Well, the court ruled that Google's act of digitizing and offering snippets of copyrighted books was deemed as fair use. You've already heard the concept of fair use, the doctrine of fair use. Like say, for example, when you were in school before, we tried to photocopy a book, right? Like, oh, I can't afford this book. I'll just photocopy this one. Is it fair use? Well, fair use deals with so long as you're not doing it for profit, you're just doing it for personal use in school, and you don't sell it to others, then that's fair use. And also so long as that you don't copy the whole book, then that's fair use. It's the same principle here in this case. According to the court, it's deemed fair use. What is the rule? It's fair use because it serves transformative and socially beneficial purposes. This one is a good ruling. So long as the act is, in this test, the act is transformative and socially beneficial. And that's what AI is doing right now, right? It's very transformative. I have 5 minutes. Oh my! All right, so I'll go with another case. The same concept in this case, same fair use, Oracle America and Google. So these are the key concepts here. So long as there's transformative use, fair use, substantial similarity, and human authorship, then that's okay. And the last is cybersecurity. So I will not delve it more about here because we've been hearing about this topic, but I will just go in with the legal aspect of cybersecurity. As I've mentioned in my introduction, security in cybersecurity is about law. AI can be a sword, both a sword and a shield. Bad actors increasingly have new methods of effectuating their legal attacks and so on. Now, let's have the intersection about, here. As what I've mentioned in my intro part, cybersecurity is both a technical problem and a social problem. Network defense is the technical half of the cybersecurity, but law is the social half. So while regulating how computers behave is an important part of cybersecurity, regulating how humans and governments behave is just as important. Law is the foundation of cybersecurity because law defines the security in cybersecurity. Who is entitled to the security, how humans being and government should behave to guarantee cybersecurity. Why is it this framework? You know, in criminal law, we have this Latin word, nullum crimen sine lege, which means that no crime without law. So if a certain act, which others may say that it's a threat, but is it punishable? Do we have a law that punishes that act? So it may not be deemed a cybersecurity threat, right? Because it's not being punished, right? So cybersecurity, so that is why it's very crucial that we need to regulate this one. Because we cannot regulate an act which is not punishable by law, right? When a hacker do an illegal act, or an act per se, and then you said, oh no, that's not allowed, you've breached our system and so on and so on, okay, you should be punished about that. And you check the laws, and you talk to the lawyers, oh no, sorry, we don't have existing laws about this one. Right? So that's it. So these are just the legal issues of AI-powered security, privacy compliance, data storage security, data ownership, and data accuracy. So I will not just delve into this concept already. And also, these are the proper legal issues to consider when deploying AI-driven solutions. So we have the proper consent from customers, regulatory compliance, and security issues. So the key concept here is discussing cybersecurity is that law is the foundation of cybersecurity. That is why right now we really need to advocate for more regulation about AI. Okay. So I'll just proceed with here the summary. So we need to update our existing laws, and this is the problem. How do we update our existing laws? Do we use general or global recommendation, an overarching regulation? Or do we need to regulate it by sector? I am of the opinion that it's going to be hard to regulate it in a global perspective or in a one-size-fits-all regulation. I am in the opinion that the regulation must be sector-specific. Like different industries may require specific regulations, right? So the healthcare industry, it's another industry that requires a stringent regulation because it involves life, right? But that's going to be not a different case with other industries. And of course, we need international collaboration. AI technologies transcends borders. It's making international collaboration essential, and efforts to harmonize regulations and standards can create a global framework that promotes responsible AI development and deployment. So what are the features of AI cyber regulation? So we have in April 2013, the Cyberspace Administration of China announced plans to require security reviews. They require security reviews for generative AI services prior to their launch in China. In Europe, you know, we have the GDPR, and just October 30, the White House issued the executive order that hampers out clear rules and oversight measures to ensure AI is kept in check. And what else? Last week also, there's also the signing of the so-called Bletchley Declaration in the UK. So these are just frameworks, but the real job was going to be in the national level and on key people to come up, not just legislators, but IT experts, and of course platforms like this is very crucial in discussing what is the future of AI and its legal aspect. That's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ryan Lee. Any questions from the floor? Any questions? If you have any questions later on, you can always approach Ryan Lee and ask him
Yeah.
your questions. Thank
All
you.
right. Can I have 1 minute for, I've asked
Of course you
Joy
can.
that, sorry, it's my second time here in KK, and I'm trying to pitch also our event next year. Yeah, here. Can I have just 1 minute? All right. We have an event next year. This is also in collaboration with ICT Davao and Chamber of Commerce. Can I have the slides be shown? Oh, no. It's not shown. Oh, yeah. Anyways, we will be having the Innovation Summit 2024 next year. It will be held in Davao City, and we are inviting participants from all over the Bimp-Eaga region to participate. So if you are interested to join, Innovation Summit, it's a biannual event. We bring up all key players in the industries, not just ICT, but also all industries to gather there in Davao to discuss recent updates about innovation and recent updates about the technology and, of course, about AI. So I'm inviting everyone, if you have your availability of time, next year on November 2024, Davao City will be hosting the Innovation Summit to 2024. I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, up next, ladies and gentlemen, before we break for lunch, is Victor Ching. He is the Vice President of Cybersecurity Consultancy in Tech Fort Sendirian Berhad, Malaysia. The topic that he'll be discussing on today is the collective cyber defense, a collaborative approach to detect threats, exchange intelligence, and stop attacks together. Victor is heading up the product management team for Tech Fort, an award-winning ICT company with years of extensive and successful ICT project implementations within the Asian region. Victor joined TechFort in 2013, where he was immediately appointed as one of the lead consultants for the design and setup of Malaysia's National Cybersecurity Coordination and Command Center from 2014 to 2016, and since then he has been instrumental to TechFort's rapid emergence as an IT security powerhouse. Over to you, Victor.
Okay, thank you very much for the kind introduction. Okay, so again, know everyone is keen on lunch. Don't take too long. Basically, I have roughly around a dozen slides to share with you all. We're going to just go through just 4 major topics itself. So one thing is again the usual threat landscape that we explained. Again, just a brief overview. Some of them are gathered internationally, just to have a gauge of how we are in terms of cybersecurity. Then, of course, I'll move towards what I call the collective cyber defense. Not too much about AI. I understand this event was quite AI-centric. But again, I think this is where it's important to look at it from a perspective of how we deal with cyber defense as a collective. The main item is that the humans itself, the operators, have to, in some ways, do things differently, because AI, again, is a helpful tool, but again, it's not the magic button to solve everything. And after that, I will just share some operational use cases, how collective cyber defense has its actually practical benefits, and wrap it up with a key takeaway. Okay, so let me start by giving you, again, this is where we from IT side will always try to scare. And again, we have here some metrics from global side. This is where it's collected by a number of vendors, security vendors, the likes of IBM, UpGuard, Kaspersky, even Trend, and even Fortinet itself. So these are all metrics that was collected last year. So you can see, for example, in terms of the number of leak records, we are already now approaching the hundreds of millions, 254 million itself as of last year. In terms of the average cost of a data breach, again, 4.3 million. This is in USD. And this is where that, even within our region, the ASEAN region, Kaspersky itself said that, 43 million known phishing attacks were blocked within a year itself. And as a result of that, quantifiable, there's already been an uptake in terms of the spending required to defend ourselves from all these cyber threats. So Palo Alto, for example, measured across 5 industries, and they found, okay, there is actually almost a 68% increase in terms of the cyber security allocations for organizations itself. So in Malaysia, this is where we see, in terms of the number of breaches, 72% of all the local organizations were breached at least once last year itself. So this was on trend. The important thing to take note is that down below, even Fortinet itself said that back in Q4 last year, there is up to 84 million cyber attacks per day. So again, these are some of the variants on, but the important thing to take note is that there has to be, aside from using AI, there must be some ways for us to be able to tackle this. It's ever going to be going. I would say the projection will be by 2030, we're looking at reaching up to 1 billion attacks. So this is one reason why that it's important to take note of how we are actually to defend against. Another slide, this was collected by during this year's World Economic Forum held in Davos. I think it was in January itself. So they asked actually the participants, I think it was 150 over stakeholders, business leaders, cyber leaders itself, cyber leaders being IT or security vendors itself, and they measure based on what they have. Do they have the skill set for each of the organization to respond and to recover from cyber attacks? And the important thing is that right in the middle, you will see, there's a good deal of among half, 44, 45, 6% of them, they actually have the people and have the skill sets required. But on the left and on the right, you will see that no, some of them have, although he has improved from 2022 to 2023, but still only the 13% of them actually, and 10% actually say, we have critical gaps in terms of the skills and people required. On the right-hand side, you will see that, training, there's some, but still, the fact is that less than 50% are self-sufficient for this organization. That means we don't have enough people with the right skill set to deal with the emerging cyber threats. And basically, we have a parity situation. Yes, it's improving, but even this time, after 20 years of cyber defense, cyber security, again, we have not even crossed the 50% threshold yet for organizations to be self-sufficient. And again, when they do ask all these participants, again, how would they want to respond to this kind of risk? So the top two, and this again is quite similar across both the cyber, or what we call the IT leaders, as well as the business leaders who attended the WEF, is that they must strengthen the policies and practices. And again, in terms of dealing with third parties, I think most of the audience here know a lot of things that we are doing now are all interconnected. We are no longer operating in a silo environment. We have applications, services that are dealing with all third parties itself. So the first two main, I would say, response is quite telling because it shows that organizations have to deal with third parties. And this is actually, I want to bring up where today's topic about collective cyber defense. It's a different kind of thinking, but I think maybe I'll just share, at the beginning, what is collective cyber defense. So again, my not quite slogan, but my theme will be a collaborative approach to deal with threats and exchange intelligence or information, and hopefully to stop attacks altogether. And the key important thing is that, people will say, what would be some, real-life references? Again, these are 3 organizations. I think as of today, only one of them is standing. You have NATO for the Western Alliance. Again, this is dealing not with cyber threats, but with global, or in their case, from regional to a global defense pact. You have in the middle, actually, SEATO, basically Southeast Asia Treaty Organization. This was formed back in the 50s, but due to political issues by the late 70s, it was disbanded. So no more. And on the right, you have the Warsaw Pact, the counterpart to NATO by the Eastern Bloc itself, Russia or Soviet Union. And then later on, it evolved back into the individual states, Central Asia, as well as Russia today. But the truth is that actually, while the main thing about this is that these are all people or organizations or even countries that have a mutual need for collective defense. So the idea would be that on a cyber level or the IT level, we often see that this is actually also applicable. Why? Because again, in any industry, governmental, financial, manufacturing, retail, there are often organizations that actually have a common need to be, to safeguard themselves. So oftentimes we see that peers within the same industry would like to actually, share and of course deal with all these advancing threats. And one of the things I want to highlight is that maybe as a test or quick quest is that how many of you actually see this particular, well, it's not actually a logo, they don't actually officially have a logo, but this so-called Collective Defense Alliance, the one just in the middle, after I just pop it up. Any of you can name this particular Collective Defense Pact? This is actually called Five Eyes. Five Eyes involve US, Canada, UK, Australia, and New Zealand. This is actually, and they're still operating right now, this is actually an intelligence alliance. Basically, these 5 countries are sharing information, but again, not just cyber, but basically, geopolitics, all of information are shared between these 5 countries, and this actually serves the basis because the idea would be that they found out that no single entity, and this could be countries, could be companies, they can actually deal, in the case of Five Eyes, threats. For us, in the topic for today itself, for cyber threats, the way is that you cannot operate alone. Countries already seen that, so they're pulling together, they're sharing all this vital information, intelligence, and of course adopting practices, as well as to even have some kind of coordinated response. So this is one of the key important things is that we need to move away from working in the so-called silo mentality and work together, especially within the same industry. So as this little animated GIFs from a movie, basically, together we are stronger. And this is actually practical from a industry level, or what we call sector, down to even nation level itself. Okay, but again, this is something that, for my next slide, I will actually show something that basically, to the audience here, we have actually basically been trying to make it relevant, tying to some of the local organizations in Sabah. So, but again, it's all just for labeling purposes. Future, also down the road, there are some slides will also use some of the same examples to keep some relevance in them. So, for example, I'm using in Sabah, the so-called local FSI industry itself. So you see here, these are some examples. You have organizations like Progressive Insurance, the Borneo Development Corporation, Sabah Development Banks. Each of them will likely have their own security operation, SecOps, or their own security operating centers. So, but again, each entity, while they have all this, the key important thing is that it's not really connected to all the other parties or all the other peers within the same industry itself. Again, on the top there, you will see MOF, the Ministry of Finance for Sabah. While they might be in charge of all these financial institutions, but do they actively collect information? Does MOF know what's happening? I will have an example in my use case of what happens when, say, there's a threat impacting one of these peers or downstream members itself. So the idea would be that, again, it exists, there's no visibility. They are the ministries in charge of the financial sector, but again, are they aware of what's happening? So there is actually basically, there's no proactive way of them knowing what's happening. There's actually a vacuum of information, especially shared information on sectoral threats, in this case, cyber threats itself. So the idea would be that if this is something that we have seen also in the past 10 years itself, oftentimes a breach, cyber breach towards a particular member is sometimes applicable across the other sectors. Say, for example, in banking, if somebody is targeting the SWIFT infrastructure, this particular malware or this particular ransomware is applicable. The threat actors could actually use this and say, tell you what, why do I just try on one bank? Why don't I try on the other banks and see how many of them are vulnerable to this? So the idea would be that, again, if no one's talking to each other, if one party gets hit or one peer or one member itself gets hit, no one doing anything, this thing will cascade. And again, you will find you do not have a situation where that you are the so-called the sector lead or the regulatory body, and you only find out that, oh, more than half of my members of my industry is now disabled or rendered inoperable because of a ransomware. So this is something where that, what we call a sector lead, needs to have that kind of different thinking to be able to adapt, to work together, for them to be sure to mitigate this sort of very silo-oriented operation. And again, I do have one use case of a working level where there is a bit of there's a collaboration among the industry itself. All right. So again, without the kind of collective work among them, any persistent security incident will impact the public. You just imagine, you want to take a loan, you're a business, you're trying to apply for a loan to open up a factory, you can't access it because, for example, the Sabah Development Bank, the operations is rendered inoperable due to a ransomware attack. So again, there are impacts here that affect financial side, operationally, and even reputation. And reputation generally is always more towards on the ministerial or the government sector, where, again, if the press got wind of the incident, they come to you, they come to the MOF and ask, are you aware of this? How long has this particular incident happened? And oftentimes, this is where that, if they're only hearing it the first time, this is where that they will have, what we call a very panic response in terms of their press releases. It will seem, to the public, what is the ministry doing? Are they in charge of, who's dealing with this on a professional level? So one of the key important things that we have sort of looked at it from, 7 points where without a collective effort to work together, first of all, you have no visibility or situational awareness. It could be right now, one of the institutions actually under attack or have system being rendered inoperable, services rendered inoperable, and no one is actually taking charge. No one is actually coordinating. So sometimes, if one member got hit, without early warning, you can actually prepare other peers, other members within your institution to get ready, to understand that sometimes it could be as simple as updating, all your your systems, to the latest firmware, or something as critical as I need to call back all my IT staff who are on holidays, for example, because my peer in the same industry just got hit by a really serious malware. And again, it rendered the operation down. I could be next. So I might need to actually call back all my teams to be on standby. So this is where, again, we have seen before, without a collective effort, oftentimes both the members and the sector leads are always reactive. That means they're always chasing. Member 1, member 2 got hit, and while they're trying to do damage control, member 3, member 4 is already undergoing the same kind of attacks. So this is where very reactive reaction is always, a key situation where that you are always at the back end of things. So again, to the public, they have a loss of confidence on how you're operating your sector. Again, this is good if individual members do have their, they have their SOC, they have their teams. But oftentimes, within the same industry, you have smaller institutions or organizations who don't have the privilege or the budget to have this sort of, nice hardware, multi-layered defense. They might only have the basic one-tier firewall only. So they actually are vulnerable. They might not be targeted now, but if, for example, threat actors expand all their efforts and, on the big juicy targets, they might think, okay, there are actually smaller institutions which we can also apply the same malware, and they are less capable of defending against these sort of attacks. So the idea sometimes is that as a sector lead or the regulatory body or maybe the ministry, you have to be able to protect, if possible, all members. So again, without knowing what's happening or even sharing information, this is even more difficult to do so, especially for the smaller organizations. And of course, things like the MTTR, mean time to resolution or mean time to response, over time as cyber threat evolves, it will degrade. I believe for those who were here yesterday, there was actually a metrics revealed that a cyber threat itself is detected and responded. You have to respond within them around 79 minutes. So that gives you a window of 1.5 hours to deal with it before a potential another emerging threat appears. So again, this will cascade down the road if the organization or the institution or the industry don't take charge of their own collective cyber defense status. And of course, finally, the other thing would be, things like the global threat intelligence. We do hear that buzzword GTI being thrown around a lot. But again, if certain organizations have access to GTI, this could be feeds, from security vendors. But again, if it's not shared, again, the big players might have access to it and know, okay, somebody's targeting the SWIFT infrastructure. But again, the other lesser members who don't have access to this GTI, what do? They are basically just waiting to be hit. So the idea would be that, again, somebody has to be able to share this information. Okay? So one example I will give, we won't name that specifically, but again, there is actually a central bank, with again up to 40 of their financial institutions. They're actually embarking on this already. They do have a platform that actually allows them to do a few things. First of all, allows them to actually have structured communications, access control, and even privacy control between them, the regulatory body, in this case the central bank, and the downstream FSI members itself. So now the established basically is almost similar to a hotline. If there's any issues, be it minor, there is a method for them to actually send information over to the central bank. So the central bank itself now knows what's happening, likelihood probably on a daily basis. Before that, it has to be very reactive. Mr. Bank, can you send me a weekly report? And then the banks will say, give me some time to process it, and then I'll give you maybe 3 days later. By the time, this information is could be 7 to 10 days old already. But now, this particular platform allows them to proactively update the central bank automatically itself. The idea about this particular platform also is that it actually supports multi-tenancy. And this is important because what we do see is that there are a lot of organizations, they're not compelled to share information if they're not able to see what have they contributed. So again, if you have a platform that's basically what we call mono hierarchy, that only the central bank can see what has been contributed, over time, they will find that the downstream members will be less and less actively participating because they don't get to see what they're contributing. But again, multi-tenancy with group data segmentation is important because, all right, Bank A, you have contributed this information. I allow you to log in and see what you have contributed. So this is where that you can, again, whether they are taking this as a metrics or a benchmark within their own organization like the banks to tell their upper management, why are we always talking to the central bank? It's because we submitted this amount of data. So at least that's actually being centralized, being collected, and it's also, again, the organization can measure to see that, okay, we are actively working with the central bank or the regulatory body or the sector lead on this system itself. There's also what we call, again, the Global Threat Intelligence, the GTI, integrated with the asset vulnerability assessment. Basically means that for organization that actually submits their asset list, and if we do receive information from the threat intelligence, the global threat intelligence, that these particular systems are vulnerable, they're going to get a notice automatically informing them, perhaps, maybe, there's a particular malware affecting your system that's emerging now in Eastern Europe. So please take care, please take note. You might want to patch it, you might want to take it offline. The so-called remedial action is up to the individual banks. But again, at least I already informed you and get ready. And one of the key important things regarding on this particular platform is that the incident reporting by the downstream members to the central bank is anonymized. Again, we're talking about banks which operate, or financial sectors which are quite competitive. No banks will willingly share information if you're going to publish my name, that Bank A has been hacked, or Bank A has been hit by ransomware. They're not going to do that because they also have their own reputation at stake. But what this particular system itself does is that it anonymizes it. It will just say, for example, a particular peer has been hit by this particular information, this particular malware. These are the threat actors. This is actually their tactics, techniques, how they breach. And this particular notification is disseminated to all the other peers without identification of that particular victim in this case. So again, you can even disseminate it for eyes only. So it's not an open published memo. It's basically sent to key person within the institution of the industry itself. And of course, one of the important things about this particular collective cyber defense or this platform is that over time, you're building up a local threat intelligence knowledge base, meaning you get the benefits of having the global threat intelligence. That's good. But oftentimes, you will see some of these GTIs are feeding information that are not relevant for your industry. But over time, this platform is able to collect, okay, a number of members have been hit by Swift attacks, for example. And one of these usefulness about this knowledge base will be that down the road, if another member were to be hit by a similar attack, they already have a knowledge base of what is the remedial action to take. And if, again, it correlates to these are the same threat actors, again, they're using the same techniques and tactics, then they are actually I wouldn't say a fix, but basically a quick way to react to it, what you need to do in the event of this event happening. And this is where it's very important. Local threat intelligence takes time to build. It's not something that you will see magically off the shelf. This is something that is specific to this particular industry or this sector, and with the platform itself, it builds over time. As long as it's continued operating for, again, could be years, 3 years, 5 years, or even 10 years, this, as time goes by, the LTI, local threat intelligence, will be enriched. And of course, finally, there's also things like risk scoring. So this is where the central bank is actually measuring all the downstream members on what are their so-called risk score. Basically, they're being graded. Are they in a good security posture? Are they doing, their app securities, are they on mark, on par, for example? So this is where it allows the central bank to do a bit of benchmarking, which I will share in the operational use cases. Okay? So the idea is that this is not something this concept is not something that's magical or something that's theoretical or conceptual. It is actually a operational system itself that we've seen, but in this case, for the financial sector. It can be replicated for governmental, for retail, for manufacturing, hospitality. Again, the whole idea would be that there is a collective need for an industry to come together, to work together. And there are basically systems that can help that now. All right, so looking at the time itself, okay, still doing good in time. In terms of operational use cases, I have 3 examples of what are the benefits of having the collective cyber defense. First of all, again, situational awareness, especially on the whole sector itself. So again, I use back the local financial sector. Again, at the bottom on the left, you will see the naming and labeling. These are all just for illustration purposes. We're not saying this is actually an actual case that happened. This is just one potential situation. So again, at the bottom right, you will see the Ministry of Finance for Sabah. So they're overseeing the entire sector itself. So you have some examples of some of the downstream members around the circle. So what happens is that, okay, say on day 1, ransomware hits BDC. And BDC, with this particular, if they have this concept or this principle of sharing information, they alert to the MOF. MOF is aware. Okay, don't panic. Just one member got hit, all right? So stay cool, everybody, stay cool, don't worry. But then, following day, Khazanah Sabah also get hit by a ransomware. At this stage, while they're still firefighting, they might not know or have identified that these are from the same threat actors. So again, 2 members already been hit in rather rapid succession, a day after. So this is where actually MOF will be a bit alarmed. They should actually start doing things already. So this is where for them, they will ask, okay, everybody report in. Have you guys seen anything? Are you guys, any members basically, is basically a memo to the whole sector or the whole industry. Guys, report in. Are you guys okay? Sit rep, situation report, everything okay? So everyone is saying okay, but tellingly itself, maybe for example, one example would be Sabah Credit. They have not responded yet. Okay, maybe they're busy, but again, this is something that is, voluntarily, you update to us, how's your status? And true enough, they report, okay, actually, because maybe Sabah Credit has a lot of built-in system, they have a lot of very robust security infrastructure, they report, okay, actually, I'm also being hit, or there have been attempt, same ransomware, but this time I'm able to even identify who's the threat actor, the team called EvoCorp. So basically, now they report this back to the regulatory body, in this case, MOF. So what MOF will do is basically, okay, I think we need to think of ways to know how to mitigate. So what they will do is that everybody, now we have 3 members already being attempted or being hit by a ransomware. Everybody go on an alert. In this case, go to Amber Alert or Amber Mode. Now everybody is informed. And if you need to recall back your IT staff to be on standby, please do so, because now we're on a heightened state of alert. This is actually very important because you do not want to be seen that further members itself get hit. Ultimately, the sector lead itself will have to share some blame because they are not informed about this. And most importantly itself, because this is now happening, MOF will report to the state government, Sabah government, to inform them. Maybe they will then issue out a press release. And then again, this is very important. Because the sector lead itself hears about this, they inform the state government. The state government is on top of things. They trust MOF to deal with it, but just imagine if open up a newspaper or nowadays with all the apps itself, there's a press release from the state government that says that, oh, by the way, the people, the rakyat of Sabah, do take note that there is actually an ongoing threat to the financial sector. But don't worry, we are on top of things. The FSI or the MOF has already instituted Amber Alert, and now we are on a more heightened state of situation. This is very important because now people are hearing this for the first time from the people of authority, and they do know that okay, you have things on hand. You have the situation under control, hopefully. But more importantly itself, I'm hearing it from you first, and not from maybe like social media or other mainstream media itself. So this actually builds confidence, and it's very important, especially when you're dealing with things that across the entire sector itself. This is one example. So I do have one example where this is dealing with threat intelligence sharing. And again, you might have one member, again, we use another, same sector, but basically another scenario, where BDC has a ransomware sighting. They might have prevented it, but basically say, somebody's attempting to insert a ransomware within our system. They report it to MOF. So what MOF do? Okay, let's see, for example, is this a zero-day attack, or has it been attempted elsewhere around the world? So they take threat intelligence data from the GTI. So they do a bit of analysis, all right? So again, unfortunate for BDC, this is where that MOF will let them to do their remedial action, but they have a duty to inform the rest of the industry itself. So they send out alerts and notification. All right, guys, again, one member has been hit. So take action. And this is where it's very important regarding on threat intelligence sharing. For example, Progressive Insurance might say, wait a minute, I just received the MOF memo, and this looks very similar because there was a similar attempt 2 months ago. And basically they report this back to MOF and say, this was something that we had previously seen and handled, and this is some of the things that we have done to circumvent this issue. So they share it with the MOF. This, again, could be a zero-day ransomware. So what MOF will do is that they will actually analyze and say, okay, good. At least this is something that a member is actually actively sharing. Again, they did not have to dig it up from somewhere. A peer or a downstream member actually actively contributed this to the sector lead. And sector lead now can look at it and say, okay, for the time being, this is something that maybe is actionable. So they send it now to BDC. Please take some of this action. Hopefully, if you have servers that have been compromised, please try this to remediate. So the importance of this will be that, again, the alerts or notification, when they're generated in context with the local threat intelligence, that means from a local peer, it actually instills confidence. Because first of all, it's relevant. This is something that a similar organization in my industry has been hit by the same system, and now they're offering advice, of course being vetted through by the Ministry of Finance, so the regulatory body. So this is where that, okay, if BDC were to receive this advice or regulatory or remedial action from somebody else, they might feel, okay, should I do this? A bit sus lah. They say, it could be, I had to maybe take this one step at a time. But again, if this is something that a peer has been experienced this, and this is their successful remediation effort, okay, and they have shared with the regulatory body or the sector lead, okay, I have more confidence that this thing might work, and I will be more willing to try it out. Oftentimes, you will see some of the mean time to response or resolution is all pending on how people prepare themselves and how good they receive the information, the intelligence, how much they trust it. So the last example I would say, for example, this is where we do about benchmarking. And again, as a sector lead, what they will do is that if all the downstream members are actively contributing information, they can actually do grading. So this again is an example. Not saying, for example, Sabah Saham is actually a D-rated, but basically all these are all just examples only. So for example, you have a spread of people who are overachieving, they are B and A. Some of them are, on average, maybe around C, some of them, on D. So again, you will never find a sector that's perfectly all A's and B's. Everybody, especially for a very big sector, they do have a very wide spectrum of underachievers or underperformers and overachievers. But the key important thing would be that this gives the industry itself, like in this case, MOF can report back to the Sabah government. On average, we are on C grade. Some people are good, but again, we're not perfect. So what they can do is that, okay, some of the main members, the A's and the B's, can share information on how they do things like best practices, how they institute, maybe they might have the similar or even lower budget for cybersecurity, but they're somehow overachieving. Why is it? So they can share some of their best practices. The idea would be that over time, the sector lead or the regulatory body could actually say, okay, tell you what, for the underachievers or underperformers, you have only maybe 6 months to improve yourself. So what they will do is that they will set KPI. You have to improve maybe a grade within the next 6 months to 12 months. So some of them will be able to do it. And the idea would be that this actually leads to an improvement to the overall individual members as well as for the sector itself. So previously it was for C. Now the sector itself, MOF, can report back to Sabah government, I'm now a B. I'm working my way up. This is basically a measured performance improvements. And this is something that, again, over time, this is something that is measurable, it's quantifiable, and which is very important. Okay, so I only have 1 more minute left. The key takeaway, just 1 more slide. Basically, I'll just share it out all together. This is basically their cost benefits to this. While everybody's working together, the improved efficiency of sharing both the knowledge and even some of the tools itself will lead to cost efficiency. Again, some people might not be able to purchase multi-layer defense or have things like SIEM, but again, they get to benefit because somebody else in the same industry have that and collecting information and sharing it. Enhanced resilience, again, by using, for example, things like artificial intelligence, you can actually do things like anomaly detection. All these things is basically to give an early warning so that the whole sector itself has that built-in resiliency or at least improve on that. So that you're not going to be taken surprise if, for example, you're always being hit by ransomware and then, 2-3 years later, you're also being hit by, again, ransomware. Maybe the sector lead will have to initiate some kind of new policy with regards to adopting the latest or prioritizing to improve on getting at least some anti-ransomware solution itself. Okay. So the last 2 remaining benefits itself, things like more rapid response in terms of all these things are all shared. And of course, lastly, I think I want to emphasize on this, community building. You would want all your downstream members to be able to feel comfortable and to be more open, because this is where we learn from each other. This is something that we have seen in that particular example earlier, where by sharing information, you get more previously not connected members willing to try, willing to come in because they see the benefit of it. Again, individual organizations can never protect themselves fully from everything, but together itself, again, there's actually a shared benefit for this. And the ultimate deal will be that, the ultimate goal will be that the community will be on their own self-sufficient, and hopefully this particular concept will be replicated across all other sectors. So across the whole state or even the whole nation, all your industries will have an improved security posture itself. Okay, so I think my time's up. Any questions so far from the floor? Okay, if not, then thank you very much for your time. If again, I don't have a booth here, but we are around for today, and I think we will also have a workshop tomorrow for specific members. So again, if any questions regarding on this particular collective cyber defense, do let us know. For that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Victor. All right, thank you so much to all our speakers for such an insightful sharing for this morning's session. And now we will proceed to show our appreciation to all of you with a memento presentation. And with that, I'd like to invite Yang Berusaha, Mr. Chin Kayi, CEO of Sabah, to come up on stage and present the mementos to all our speakers. First up is Tan Wee Tak. Thank you. We'd like to request for all speakers to remain on stage for a group photo later. Thank you. Next up, let's invite Mr. Chris T. Chito. Next up, Brian Lee Messias. Last but not least, Victor Ching. Thanks, guys. Let's gather in the middle of the stage for a group photo. All right, thank you, Mr. Chin, and thank you to all our speakers, Witek, Chris, Ryan Lee, and Victor. All right, before we proceed for lunch, let's do the second round of Lucky Draw today. But first of all, we have some unclaimed Lucky Draw prizes from yesterday. For those of you yang sudah menang yesterday, please claim your prizes at the Secretariat table on my right. Today's lucky draw consists of names and attendees from day 1 and day 2. So can we have the wheel up on the LED screen, please? Okay, for the winners, you may proceed to collect your prizes here, except for the top 3 later on. We'll be receiving their prizes up on stage. Let's go with winner number 1. Rosie JB Agang. Rosie, okay, you may take your prize di sini on the right-hand side. Next up, Sarah Bessie Sipao. Third winner, Ahmad Abdul Ghani. And next up, Amirul Faiz bin Muhammad Faizizan. All right, our fifth winner. Natasha Rasulan. All right, winner number 6. Diane Maria Dusti. Winner number 7. Veris Lawrence. All right, congratulations to all 7 winners. Before we proceed with the last 3 winners for this lucky draw number 2, I'd like to invite Mr. Ebenezer Godomon to come up on stage and present the prizes to the winners. Now for this session 2.1 lah kan, ada bugi ya. So for those of you yang tidak dalam dewan, if you don't come up on stage to receive your prize, we will proceed with the next winner. All right, this prize is a Huawei Watch Fit 2 sponsored by JPKN. All right, let's go with the wheel and spin. Larasa Yuming. Larasa Yuming. Ada? Ada. Okay. Congratulations, Larasa Yuming, winner of a Huawei Watch Fit 2, sponsored by JPKN. And next up, next prize is a Edifier speaker MP230, also sponsored by JPKN. And let's spin the wheel. Pavindra Naidu, anak lelaki Narayana Sami Naidu. Congratulations, Pavindra, winner of a Edifier speaker, model MP230, sponsored by JPKN. And last but not least, for this round, Lucky Draw 2.1, the main winner is going to bring home a Philips 32-inch Full HD Android Smart TV, sponsored by Sabah Net. Okay, let's spin the wheel. Congratulations, Azam Helmi bin Azmi. Congratulations, Hazam. And thank you, Mr. Ebenezer. Okay, guys, we will be taking a short break for lunch. But first of all, we have one more Grand Lucky Draw session later on, in which only those young registered for day 1 and day 2 and have scanned all the QR codes at the exhibitors booths yang layak masuk this Grand Lucky Draw. So kalau belum, you still have time. All right, prizes include, the grand prize actually is a Philips XXL air fryer. Very, very cool. And also includes other prizes such as Philips 40-inch Full HD Android Smart TVs. So again, kalau belum buat apa yang patut untuk masuk Grand Lucky Draw, please do so. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a short break for lunch, and please proceed to the lunch hall next to us where you guys went for lunch yesterday. It is free sitting except for tables marked reserved. All right? Let's all come back to the hall at 2 p.m. to continue with our afternoon session. All right. Welcome back from lunch, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you who are in the hall, please take your seats as we are about to begin shortly. And for those of you who are outside the hall, do make your way into the hall and take your seats as well. We still have a bit of time before we start with our next plenary session. So I believe that everyone's feeling quite full from lunch. So do take some time to stretch your body, stretch your necks. It's very, very cold here, so it's important to stretch as well. All right? Okay, so for those of you, if you have friends or colleagues who are still outside, do tell them to come in so that we can begin our fifth plenary session. Thank you. Okay, welcome back from lunch, everyone. Let's continue with the next plenary session, which is by Kelvin Chua. He's the Regional Director of Systems Engineering Fortinet in Southeast Asia and Hong Kong, and he's from Fortinet Singapore. The topic that he will be discussing on today is the security ops in today's AI and digital world. Kelvin is Fortinet's Regional Director for Systems Engineering, covering Southeast Asia and Hong Kong, as mentioned just now. As a security and networking industry veteran, Chua has more than 25 years of experience in systems engineering, sales, and business development across Asia Pacific. He has a special expertise in cybersecurity, incident management, breach detection, and ethical hacking. At Fortinet, Chua leads a team of engineers to ensure optimal application of technology and engineering resources to meet product development and customer requirements. He will also provide technical direction and assist country sales leaders in business development. Your floor, Mr. Kelvin. All right, once again, ladies and gentlemen, Kelvin Chua.
Thank you. Okay, good afternoon to everybody. I hope most of the guys actually got a good lunch. I'm very grateful to be actually invited over here to KK. I haven't actually been here for the last 15 years. It has been a very, very long time, okay? So what I'm going to do is that, I know that it is the most tough session to keep people awake after lunch. I'll try my best. So, please bear with me. I'll try to make it as exciting as possible. So, like the MC has mentioned, what I'm going to talk about today is SecOps in today's AI and digital world. I think, we have all heard about artificial intelligence, machine learning, predictive AI, generative AI. So, essentially what I wanted to share is really to talk about the AI in SecOps, which is actually a very, very interesting as well as a very forthcoming, a kind of technology that can be actually embedded to be used in the AI. Okay, I think before I actually even talk about the AI, right, I'd like to actually really talk about, what are some of the challenges, and the threat landscape, that generally, most organizations, whether it's a state-owned government, whether you are running a bank, whether you are running a manufacturing firm, everybody is actually facing, all these challenges and encountering all this threat landscape. I think, on a daily basis, when we actually fill up the paper, you will see, certain company actually got a breach, certain company got an attack, right? In actual fact, the cybersecurity, right, is an acute problem, right? I mean, the reason why we say this is that, because if you look at the cyber risk, right, versus, the cost of the cyber crime, right, it has actually grown exponentially. I mean, in 2023, it was actually 8 trillion. It was projected to be 10 trillion in 2025, right? It's quite scary in a sense. But, again, one of the things that, has actually caused a lot of organization in terms of addressing cybersecurity incident and crime is the due time. I mean, what is the due time? When an incident actually happened within the organization until the incident is being discovered by the organization, that is the due time, right? About 5 years ago, it will take at least 20, 30 days before, the organization is even aware, right, that they actually got a breach or somebody has actually infiltrated their system. But last year, I think it got a little bit better. But this year, in 2023, I think the due time has actually gone from 11 days, maybe down to 6 days. But it's still not good enough, right? I mean, 6 days for hackers to actually go into your organization before you can actually detect it. That 6 days, they literally can do a lot of damage. So if you look at, the reason why this is actually causing this cyber risk and challenge is because, first of all, of the expanding attack surface, right? I mean, gone are the day, if those people who are as old as me, has run cybersecurity, in 20, 30 years ago, it was a lot more easy because, essentially what you need to do is just to create that parameter security and just secure what is data in the data center. But, with the digital transformation that has happened over the last 5 years, you see that, people are embracing more devices, more application. Application can actually be running on-prem, running on cloud. People are starting to do work from home. And people are also, doing a conversion of the IT/OT. You find that, as a result of all this, there is actually a expanding attack surface. And what makes matter even worse is that, there's actually too much alert because, people are using different tools that provide them a different alert. And some of these alert, either they are too many or too complicated, right? And actually can really be very easy for the bad guy to actually exploit the system. Right, the other major problem, not only actually, in Malaysia, but globally, right? I mean, there is actually a skill shortage in terms of the resource. I mean, cybersecurity skill set are very, very difficult to find. And especially so, when you expect a cybersecurity professional to be able to manage multiple products, right? And also, you also can see that today the infrastructure is already getting very, very complex. But last but not least, the other root cause is that, the attack sophistication, right? I mean, the rapid evolving threat landscape, things like ransomware, APT, are the biggest digital threat, that organizations are facing. So if you look at, as I said, right, I mean, many organizations, many years ago, when they start implementing, as they take the digital transformation, and they put in, technology to derive the necessary business outcome that they want. During that time, when they face cybersecurity challenges, typically what they will do is that they buy cybersecurity product, to actually address those cybersecurity problems. But, as a result of what people has been doing over the last 10 years, right, it creates, too many point product that doesn't actually interact or increase the awareness of the cybersecurity defense. In actual fact, it actually decreases the effectiveness of the cybersecurity defense. I mean, you have probably come across many organizations who actually use, let's say, maybe a WAF, from vendor A, a firewall from vendor B, SSL VPN from vendor C, etc., right? And this creates definitely too many point product and too many alert. And multiple technology, right, will actually allow organization, to find it extremely difficult to manage, as well as to actually, provide the right visibility. In fact, we always talk about, the pyramid of pain, right? When there are too many alerts, you need to start actually looking at, hey, how should I actually prioritize based on the alert? Which one should I actually be responding first, right? And if there's too many IOC, it becomes a problem as well. So, that is what I call, the multiple implementation of technology. The other thing is that, we all know, right? I mean, AI is a very widely used term. The good guys, definitely like and talk about and use about AI, but the bad guys are doing the same. I mean, the bad guys, are probably in a more forefront in terms of leveraging artificial intelligence. Yeah, they try to actually share a lot more knowledge, within the bad guy community. And if you look at, let's say, the kind of attack that has actually been leveraging AI over the past couple of years has been tremendous. I mean, for example, WannaCry, I think you guys are probably quite familiar. In the recent one, right, especially the geopolitical situation between Russia and Ukraine, they start to actually use, things like the wiper malware. They call it the hermetic wiper. And, in the recent year, we also start to see, what we call the swarm bot, essentially leveraging artificial intelligence, with the hope, to compromise organization, not only at speed, but at very high, success rate. And that's, what the bad guys is actually doing. Now, I think, as I said, right, the shortage of the cybersecurity skill set is very, very evident. I think what we try to do as a company, not only are we actually, developing technology, we are also doing our part, in terms of corporate social responsibility to try to train more cybersecurity professionals and bring them into the marketplace. And how we actually do it, obviously, one of the examples is that, we created, together with Sabah, on a fabric or hackathon kind of an event so that people can actually get better exposure. In fact, if you look at Malaysia, right, Malaysia today still lacks 12,000 cybersecurity experts, right? By 2025, it is estimated that Malaysia needs 27,000. So if you are in the cybersecurity workforce, congratulations, right? I mean, you know that your job is going to be really secured, there will be many people trying to actually hire you, right? So how do we actually solve this problem? I mean, with the landscape, of the evolving threat, and also the complexity of having too many products, lack of skill set, how do we solve this problem, right? So Fortinet believe, the way to do it is a secure op fabric platform, okay? I mean, why do I say this? Okay, maybe I will go on. So, when we actually did a survey, right, sometime this year in May 2023, right, we sent out a survey to all our customers and say, hey, what organizations are doing about it to be able to detect faster, respond quicker, and also allow central automation so that, they can essentially reduce the due time, be able to actually respond a lot more faster instead of, leaving the bad guys in the organization more time to do more harm or damage within of the organization, right? So the first priority, right, is actually invest in advanced technology like AI, ML to detect the threat faster. I mean, essentially, this is what the survey result is telling us. Our customers is telling us that they are going to be investing in advanced technology like AI, ML to detect threat faster. So, how we actually do it in Fortinet is that, we essentially provide, things like our FortiGate, which is a firewall leveraging on AI, right? We also provide the EDR capability that is AI-enabled, right? And also, through our FortiGuard, which is our threat analysis, AI-enabled, essentially to help our customer. In actual fact, our FortiMail are also AI-enabled, and, obviously our NDR are also AI-enabled. So all this, actually, not only are they having the capability of embedded AI, but at the same time, they are integrated, right? So essentially what we wanted to do is to make sure that we leverage on AI and the integration within a specific domain, right? To help essentially apply AI and machine learning into the detection area, right? Yeah, beyond the within domain, right? Fortinet also have a very, very large product portfolio outside, of or across what we call the across domain. Things like, customers can actually leveraging on, our FortiDeceptor, our FortiSandbox, our FortiAnalyzer, likewise for the FortiSIEM, right? Essentially to leveraging on the cross-domain integration, right? Embedding AI to actually help organizations to detect much, much faster. So again, on the same survey, we were also asking the customers, right, what is the second priority? And they say, hey, the second priority is for me to invest in a centralized security monitoring like a SIEM and a SOAR, essentially to speed response. I mean, you can detect very fast, but, once you detect, what are you going to do about it, right? I mean, in actual fact, after you detect, what you wanted to do is really to be able to respond very, very quickly. And how we actually address this problem, obviously, we have in the center of the whole entire SecOps platform, right, the fabric platform, we have the orchestrator, which we call it the FortiSOAR. And this allows you to do things like investigation and remediation through orchestration automation, as well as, to help you to address, the staff resource problem. You can actually use the tool to help to augment some of the staff problem that you have. Then, on the same survey, we also asked the customers, right, what will be the third priority? And the third priority from many customers telling us is that they wanted to combat the security complexity with an integrated security product, right? And that constitutes about 41%, which is very high, based on the survey result that we are getting from customer. So if you look at how we actually address this, essentially, if you have been, looking at how Fortinet as a cybersecurity company helping organizations to address cybersecurity problem, we focus a lot on talking about the Gartner mesh architecture. Obviously, in our own term, we call it the Fortinet Security Fabric. So what we did is that we use our AI, security engine within, our FortiGuard, FortiLab. And not only that, we also provide, additional security services that will help organizations to keep pace with the evolving threat landscape. Right. Not only that, we also provide, threat intelligence sharing to customers. And, that is very, very important. So what makes Fortinet really different? Obviously, as you can see over here, right, based on that SecOps fabric platform, you find that, essentially we try to address all the possible attack surface. So, essentially to provide protection as much as possible to all the possible attack surface that we are aware, right? Be it, let's say, web, the email, the endpoint, the device, the network, or even the cloud, right? And one of the things that we do beyond internal protection, right, is that we also provide as part of the SecOps platform to look at things from the outside of the organization, right? Essentially to look at, what is the external attack surface, and that is happening to this organization. It's almost like looking at the view from a bad guys, right? Outside, from the outside into the organization. Not only that, other than looking at the external attack surface management, we also actually go to the dark web because, we actually hire people, that do nothing, that go to the dark web, interact with the dark web people, essentially trying to understand what are those guys doing in the dark web. Maybe there's conversation within the dark web that talk about selling, maybe credit card information, maybe PII information. Maybe there will be conversation in the dark web that talk about, they're going to probably potentially launch a campaign against, let's say, a certain organization. And once we are aware of this, then we will inform the customers, right? The other differentiation that we have, obviously, is the native technology integration, right? Because one of the pain points that many customers has as a result of using point product is that they find it extremely difficult to integrate. So for us, essentially, as part of building the technology, we've also built the integration so that when the customer actually embrace our Fortinet technology, be it, let's say, the network, the endpoint, the integration is already in place. So it's a native technology integration. So, it will help you to do a lot of automation, right? Because of the skill shortage, the skill resource not enough, obviously, things that you can automate, you wanted to do, automate it. And last but not least, I think the most important differentiation is that we got many, many independent validation. I mean, things like from Mitel, if you're familiar, we got also validation from people like Gartner, Forrester, IDC, right? I think what is really, really interesting, which we have recently got a validation from ESG research, I'm going to actually share with you shortly, okay? So this ESG research, okay, we actually did it together with ESG, right? Essentially with ESG, we go to all the Fortinet customers, right, who have deployed some of the product, right, today, right? And then we ask them, based on the Fortinet technology that you have actually deployed, right, how does it actually help you, right? And what is actually very interesting, when we were doing this research is that, for organization that actually doesn't use our SecOps technology, right? Previously, they take about 168 hours to be able to do what we call a mean time to detect. So it's like a due time. So it's like it takes about 21 days before they can actually detect, the bad guys is actually in the network trying to actually steal something, right? And they also take, about 12 hours to contain, 6 hours to investigate, and 12 hours to remediate. But what is actually very, very interesting and amazing, when we actually do that research with a set of our customers together with ESG, right? What they actually come back with the feedback to us is that essentially when they use either a portion or the entire SecOps fabric platform, they are able to actually drive down from 168-hour mean time to detect to essentially 1 hour. In fact, actually, in some instances, it's even less than 1 hour. Right? So what they typically last time be able to actually, let's say, investigate based on 6 hours, right now they almost can actually investigate almost instantly. So we have this report that is actually, on our website if you're interested to actually understand how other organizations leveraging on our SecOps fabric is actually taking advantage, right? Leveraging on the AI, that will be very, very important, right? So not only are we actually able to help customers to reduce the MTTD, the MTTR, but at the same time, right, we are giving back more time to the company SOC analysis to be able to do a lot more high-value tasks instead of, the usual triage, investigation, try to pull log here, pull log there, try to do all the correlation. It's just too much time, right? So this will actually literally help. Of course, one of the things that I also wanted to mention that, it is always a journey, right? It's always not impossible for organization to look at, how are we going to actually do it in today, and switch it on tomorrow. So essentially, when we look at it, I wanted to say that, implementing an AI SecOps, is always a journey, right? And there are a few ways that you can do it. So I'm going to actually go into a bit more detail. How are you going to take this journey, right? So I think, first of all, right, very easy, every company will have a perimeter security, right? They may have buy firewall in some way or another. I mean, it could be, doing a perimeter security, let's say for the data center, it could be for the branch, it could be for the cloud, right? Not only that, they also buy actually protection, let's say for their mail. Maybe they buy WAF, for the application protection. And last but not least, obviously, they use some sort of application delivery controller. So that, is actually what I call a protect mechanism. Right, obviously, other than the next-gen firewall, WAF, mail ADC, right? Then you wanted to start looking at I got a pinpoint that I wanted to focus on my inline coverage gap. So I wanted to be able to leverage some machine learning, right? To be able to have the capability to start detecting the most sophisticated and advanced threat. So I can actually look at things like, how I embed AI machine learning into things like my sandbox. Right, one of the very unique value proposition that we have, that we provide to the customer is that we always share major outbreak alert, solution to our customer. Example, the last incident where we have this Log4j, I think, a lot of people know about it, right? So what we did was we actually published a document telling customer what is this Log4j all about, and then not only we tell them what this Log4j is all about, we also tell them, let's say if you are using Fortinet, what Fortinet technology can actually help you to protect against this Log4j. And that is not even exciting, right? I mean, so what if it's telling me, you can protect? We also give you a mechanism to tell you that, what other technology in Fortinet can help you to detect the Log4j, right? And I think what really, really interesting is that customer wanted to know how am I going to remediate and respond. And, in the outbreak alert documentation that we provide to our customers, we even tell them, you can actually use what tools to investigate whether your environment has already compromised with, let's say, this major outbreak. Right, so of course, the next main point is, customers are looking beyond, not only perimeter security, assuming, let's say, if you need to look at security beyond, let's say, perimeter network, then you got this endpoint security. Then endpoint security can cover things like our EPP EDR, you can cover our UBA, the user behavior analytics, right? And essentially, embed this as part of your protect strategy, right? Once you do this, let's say assuming, you wanted to be able to detect, now you have put in all the control, but, there are still network blind spots that you may not be able to see. So what we, normally encourage the customers to do is, put in things like network detection response, things like deception. I mean, deception is almost like lying to the bad guys that, hey, this is actually where my crown jewel is. But in actual fact, it is not really the crown jewel. So essentially, you use a deception technique to, we call it a honeypot. So to lure the bad guy, to this honeypot, so that they think that that is a real asset. Essentially, what you wanted to do is really to figure out and find out what the bad guy is trying to do with the organization, right? And then you can delay them at the same time, put in place protection and control to defend possible attack that you may not be aware, in your network blind spot. Right. Of course, skill gap, then you can look at obviously our SIM, our analyzer, right, and essentially create, what we call an entry-level SOC as a service. But, if you start to actually go beyond a regular SIEM, then you can look at, creating automation by what we call a SOC, right? So not only it give you right now, based on the protect, detect, and the response capability. So if you look at it, it's very close to what we call the CSF framework, right? So you have end-to-end protection, right? So it's very, very interesting, right? I mean, organization, as I said, based on the ESG report that have deployed, let's say, end-to-end of this solution, they are able to actually significantly cut down, right, the mean time to detect as well as the mean time to respond. So what are other considerations? Obviously, it's very sexy. Technology with AI, machine learning can help me to reduce, but is technology the secret formula? To address all the SecOps, all the cybersecurity incident response that I need to focus on. Well, of course not, right? I mean, other things alone, technology alone is actually not enough. So I think, you know, my advice to many organizations is that you need to also understand the business architecture and also the risk profile, essentially to help you to reduce your management complexity. And one of the things, you know, beyond this, right, is really to train up more people, right? Continuous cybersecurity awareness and training has to be part of, you know, what you need to embrace within the organization. So how Fortinet actually is helping this, obviously, two front. One front is that we make our NSE certification 1, 2, and 3 free of charge, right? And if you wanted to actually go beyond 1, 2, and 3 to acquire more skill cybersecurity, then we got our certified, you know, cybersecurity courses, right? I mean, we got the certified professional, certified solution specialist, you know, the certified expert. Obviously, the certified expert is a very, very tough one. I mean, it's almost take 2 days to actually complete and get the certification. Yeah, we have put the guys into a cybersecurity lab with a lot of attack, and essentially, you know, he need to actually not only troubleshoot, but be able to address the cybersecurity attack that was actually given to him. Okay, so my last slide, right? You know, other than the SecOps, right? I mean, one of the things that Fortinet has always been very, very, very actively doing, you know, helping our customers is to make sure that customer, you know, when they actually look at cybersecurity investment, especially, you know, as they take the journey, is how we can actually help them, you know, in the area of whether it's a NetSec, a data center, a cloud, an endpoint, an access, a NOC, or a SOC. Right? So essentially, we believe, you know, we will help the customer to take this journey, right? And as they take this journey, right, we will also try to leveraging on a lot of artificial intelligence, essentially to help them defense against the evolving cyber threat, but at the same time, right, be able to help them augment the staff problem, be able to, you know, address all the cybersecurity incidents as quickly as possible. I mean, the main motivation is to, you know, reduce the exposure that the organization has to the bad guy. Right, so with this, I end my presentation. I'm not sure whether is there any question for me? Nope. Thank you.
Thank you. No questions from the floor? Okay, Kelvin is seated here. If you all malu-malu, you can always approach him and ask him your question personally. Thank you, Mr. Kelvin. Let's continue with Mr. Chin Yuen Fong, a lawyer from Messrs. Chi & Co. Sabah. He will be speaking on cyber defamation, a brief overview. Yuen Fong graduated with a bachelor's with honors degree in law and economics in UK and was called to the English bar as a barrister at law in 1995. He was admitted to the High Court of Sabah and Sarawak in 1997 and is mainly involved in construction and commercial litigation matters. Furthermore, Yuen Fong is an accredited adjudicator under the Construction Industry Payment and Adjudication Act 2012. He is also on the international panel of arbitrators in the Chinese Arbitrators Association of Taiwan, which is the Hainan International Arbitration Court, and he is also a council member of the recently established Borneo International Center of Arbitration and Mediation. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Chin.
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, siaran tergendala sebentar. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My topic will be on cyber defamation, and it will not be the usual topics which you have been hearing for the past 2 days because there's nothing technical about it, right? So I'll give you a brief overview of what defamation is. Now, what is defamation? I'm sure some of you have heard about it. The Law Dictionary defines it as publishing a statement which tends to lower a person in the estimation of the right-thinking members of society. Basically, in local terms, is kasih malu orang lah, kan? So that's why we have in courts saman malu, right? So a defamatory statement may either be a libel or slander. Libel comes in the form of publication, which is by written words. So it could be a piece of paper, writing on a piece of paper, and you could have stuck it on the wall, and everybody can see what the writing is about. Whereas for slander, it is in the form of spoken words or gestures. For example, if there's an AGM and one of the members of the AGM is not happy with what was said by the committee, he stands up, puts his fist in the air, makes derogatory remarks. This could be slander. Okay? All right. For defamation, what the court's approach is comes in 2 stages. Okay? Stage 1, the court will have to see whether the plaintiff is the person who is suing for defamation. He has to show that the words or the words complained of were capable to have or had the tendency of bearing a defamatory meaning. Secondly, he must show that the words referred to him. And thirdly, the words which form the subject matter or form the subject had been indeed published. So there must be publication. Publication, like I said, must be written. Or it could be a pictorial as well. Okay? Now, after the plaintiff has shown the 3 requirements, the burden now shifts to the defendant. And the defendant has the burden now to show the court that what he or she said was justified and it was not defamatory. So, what are the defenses which a defendant can put up? The first one, justification. Okay? The defendant must show that the statement was true or substantially true. So, for example, if you were in a supermarket, you see someone stealing something, and at that moment, you say, pencuri. And he turns around and said, no, I didn't steal. But when the security comes, they check his pocket, he did indeed have a stolen item in his pocket. So that is justification, because that's true. Okay? The second defense will be a defense of fair comment. Now, this is a usual defense put up by defendants in a defamation suit. So what the defendant will have to do is, he must show that the statements or comments are opinions as opposed to statements of fact. Okay? He must also say, prove that the comments are fair based on true facts, and the statement is a matter of public interest. Okay? There was a case, I think some of you may have read in the newspapers a few years ago, where Tan Sri Haris Muhammad Saleh sued Dr. Chong Eng Leong for defamation, and he was claiming damages of 50 million ringgit. Now, what did Dr. Chong do? Dr. Chong published in the Daily Express an article which talks about the Project IC and all those things, and the last comment which really angered Tan Sri Haris was, isn't this act treason? So treason means doing something against the ruler of a country which is punishable by death. So Tan Sri Haris didn't take that lightly, and he sued Dr. Chong Eng Leong for defamation. Now, Dr. Chong said, hey, Tan Sri, it was a fair comment. You know, we all know you did it. You were involved in Project IC, right? So they went for trial. Unfortunately, the High Court judge did not agree that that was fair comment, and he did award damages to Tan Sri Haris, but only in the sum of 100,000 ringgit. So Dr. Chong, not being happy with that, he appealed to the Court of Appeal, but the Court of Appeal agreed with the High Court judge that this was not a fair comment. So in the end, Tan Sri Haris won that case. Okay? The next defense is absolute privilege. This is where the statements are made with the aim of facilitating the effective discharge of your public duty in judicial proceedings or events leading to judicial proceedings. Now, an example of this is, say for example, there was something done by a police officer which was not done according to law, and this improper action was done to a member of public. Now, this member of public wrote a letter to the policeman's superior, okay? And the superior received this letter, and he took disciplinary action against the police officer. Now, that is absolute privilege because you're dealing with the proper authority, not going out to the third party and publishing out in the open. Okay? The other defense is qualified privilege, which is similar to just absolute, where you have a duty, moral or social, to publish those words. And the person who is receiving this publication has authority to receive it as well. Okay? So it's like you're going to the rightful authority and making a complaint. Okay. Now, moving on to something which this summit is about, cyberspace. And I think some of you, all of you would know the terminology of cyberspace, but I will define it as this. Term cyberspace has become a conventional means to describe anything associated with the internet, right? It's everywhere. Now, what is cyber defamation? The topic of this afternoon. Cyber defamation, based on the Current Law Journal article, which I researched on, it's the act of harming another person's reputation by using a computer, networks, internet, or other digital tools in cyberspace. Okay? So now you're publishing an article online. Social media, the main platforms to commit cyber defamation, right? This would be linked to users of Facebook, Twitter, or X now, Instagram, email, and blogs, right? Okay. On the internet, libel is usually committed because this is where what we commonly known as the keyboard warriors, they come in and simply make comments without thinking what the repercussions are, okay? So, social media platforms, usually on Facebook, where someone posts something, or maybe on an influencer's YouTube channel, there will be people exposed to cyber defamation. Now, I would like to talk about this case. Lo Li Si versus Eugene Chong. Now, this was a recent case in 2023 where this judgment came out. The brief facts of this case is quite simple. Eugene Chong is the sole director of Riksman MS Sindran Berhad. Now, Riksman Sindran Berhad is selling and supplying frozen seafood online through Facebook Live. Okay? Riksman MS uses the trade name Prawn King, or in Mandarin it's called Xia Wang, right? Okay. What happened? On 15th of January 2020, Ms. Loh had purchased frozen seafood, which included frozen prawns, scallops, and other seafood, to the value of Ringgit Malaysia 360 ringgit only. Now, when she received these products, she was not happy. Why? Firstly, she was not happy with the weight of the prawns and the size of the scallops. So what did she do? Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you, Miss Loh is an influencer. So she made a complaint to Eugene and Riksman. After receiving the complaint, Riksman's MS Sindran Berhad refunded her the Ringgit Malaysia 360 ringgit. Now, after the trial finished, this is what the judge said. You can read this. This is a cautionary tale for all owners of social media accounts like Facebook or Instagram who fancy themselves as influencers, not to misuse their postings to solicit more followers or hits or likes by sensationalizing their postings to the extent of defaming others. In the internet age, the old adage, the pen is mightier than the sword, is even more true. So this is the observation the judge made after the trial. Okay. Okay. This was the posting, her first posting. It's quite long. You can read it. The original posting was in Mandarin, so in court, the judge and the lawyers had to print out the Google translation. So they did it in two, one in Malay, one in English. So I used the English translation today. So if you read this, the parts highlighted were actually highlighted in the posting, trying to emphasize that this guy, Mr. Chong, is not a good person. Okay? See? So it boils down to this. After the refund was made, apparently Mr. Chong called Miss Loh and said, look, can you tone down on your posting? And she said, oh, he's like begging me, and he knows he's wrong. That's why I'm going to put it out there. I'm going to protect every consumer out there not to get cheated by him. Okay? So the post continues. Here. Now, I don't understand this one. Actually, only one man in this world has ever asked me. That is my husband. Mr. Chong Udang is the second man. So there was an emoji. I don't know what emoji was there. Right? Then the next thing which was highlighted was, you want to bribe me. Basically, trying to say that you give me something, I will take down the posting. So this is what she posted. Now the judge was concerned because the hashtags were quite, defamatory. She even went to say, hashtag, you don't know who I'm referring to? Oh, this is the king of live broadcasting that gives free cars. And then he said, but can't erase everyone's memory. See? Because we all know, once something is posted and it's catchy, it gets stuck in our brain. We can't erase it. Okay? And the last one, hashtag shock. I don't know, shock for her or shock for the guy who cannot defame. Right? So, what I said just now about defamation, you must have publication. So this posting is the publication. Now, during the course of the trial, the defendant Ms. Low did admit that there was a publication. So this is the first requirement for defamation was already settled. But she said, I only defamed Mr. Chong. I never defamed Riksman MS Sindran Berhad. Unfortunately, in court, there were other postings, which I will show you now. The second posting contained a photo and video of Riksman MS Sindran Berhad's worker. The defendant, Ms. Low, made fun of the plaintiff's explanation for the difference in weight based on the fact that it was packed in ice. The defendant requested her many followers to viral her posting and the video, okay, so that her viewers can determine whether or not there was some elements of cheating going on. Not satisfied with that, she made a third posting, and this contained a photo and a video of Mr. Eugene Chong. Ms. Low asked her many followers whether they had bought stale products from the plaintiffs. Example, when I order size L, I get size S. Or whether the fishes smell, and because of that, they have been cheated by the plaintiffs. Okay? The defendant asked her followers to lodge reports and to viral her posting. Now, this is the interesting part. What happened after the second and third posting? Comments came in, left, right, and center, from her followers, and the defendant, Ms. Low, added to the fire by even replying to her followers. Some of her replies to the followers were this: 10 sentences he said, 9 sentences are lies. 2.5 kg shrimp balls, ice cubes are 1.6 kg. Shrimp balls are only 900 grams. Remember and feel angry. Even returning the money will not put out my fire. So basically saying, kena tipu lah, right? I ordered items worth 2.5 kg, I only get 900 grams because of the ice. The other reply she made was, thank you for sharing. This Mr. Chong Udang took the biggest chunk of ice, 60%, had really a big crocodile. Okay? So what can we derive from this posting and the replies? Basically, Ms. Low is saying, Mr. Chong is a cheat, all right? And will do anything to boost his business and cheat his customers. And not only that, he's a liar. He said 10 things, 9 are lies, all right? Okay. These are her other replies to her followers. He asked for my bank account details to refund me, but does this mean he's not cheating? He just wants to shut me up and then to continue to deceive. There is a need for me to share. It's so that everyone is not deceived. Now, we have to be careful. When we are on social media, we have to think, are we really keyboard warriors? Do we really need to make the comment? Right? You have to think about this. So she even went on to say, even if there is a refund, but it also cannot hide the fact that he cheated. He returned the money in a hurry to shut me up, so that he can continue to cheat more. Wanting to use this trick to cheat, he is the most immoral. Don't forget to unfollow or unlike cheaters. See? So this is getting out of hand. Obviously, Mr. Eugene Chong and his company did not feel good. That's why he took her to court. Now, the judge noted this. How far did the postings get spread? He noted that the postings went viral and were shared by netizens for more than 5,088 times in Facebook. The judge said that even on 10th of January 2023, the postings were still shareable and accessible by the general public. Now, if you see here, the postings were done the first one was February 2020. So that's 3 years. 3 years of him and his company being defamed. So you can imagine the effect it had on his business. Okay? So now we have to know, before we reply and click enter, you must think of the repercussions. Okay. What other damage was caused to the plaintiff? Plaintiff's personal phone numbers were published in the postings, which caused disturbances to the plaintiffs and their workers by netizens and unknown strangers. The judge did not find that the defenses of justification and fair comment were sustainable. So, he decided that the lower court, which awarded the sum of 50,000, was fair. Now, all of you can think. For Ringgit Malaysia, 360 ringgit, which you got back from the refund, and thinking, okay, I'll be smart, I want to protect the world at large from this cheater, I'll make a comment, now you lose. You get punished by 50,000 ringgit damages. Is it worth it? I think that's something for all of you to ponder on. Okay. Now, let's go to the defense of justification, where she said, I was justified to put up this posting because he's a cheat. Court found that P1, basically Eugene and the company did refund the money. And in the company website, they had a return and refund policy. So what she said was not justified. Now, in her third posting, she asked her followers whether they had bought stale products, smelly fish, or you order size L, you get size S. Now, after the trial, the judge said, look, there's no evidence to show this. You did not show it. The judge wanted her to show, produce me the item that you bought, or your followers, the size L, size prawn. All right? You did not show me. So, judge said, defense of justification out of the window. The next defense she put up was defense of fair comment, because she said, oh, it's in the public interest to know that this businessman is cheating everybody. So what did the court say? No, your defense of fair comment cannot apply. The main reason was, when you look at all your postings and all the replies you made to your followers, it was done with bad intention, or what they say, niat jahat. Okay? So if you have malice, bad intention, and you post it up repeatedly, your defense of fair comment is out of the window. Okay? Okay. I move on to another case, which is similar and applicable to all of us as well. This is a case of Tan Sri David Chew versus Miss Sima. Okay. Now, brief facts of the case is this. Tan Sri David Chew, or we call him David Chew, is the founder and managing director of Mayland. Now, Mayland is a developer of this Waldorf and Windsor Towers, which we call W&W. Now, Miss Sima, she was an owner of an apartment in W&W. She was also the vice chairman of the W&W Management Committee from year 2012 to 2015. Ms. Sima was also a member of the W&W Management Subcommittee from years 2017 to 2019. And she was also the chairman of the W&W Management Committee elected in the 2019 AGM. Now, this is a fact known to the public that W&W was involved in several legal suits in West Malaysia, suits against Mayland and its related companies. Okay. So, Miss Seema posted up or texted this message in the WhatsApp group. Now, this WhatsApp group is a group for its owners of W&W Apartments, because she was part of the committee, she was the ex-vice chairman and all these things. So there were problems with the apartment, so she posted up in this group. This posting says, in order for owners to know all the facts, I think we have to step back and ask, who is Mayland? Mayland is the Chew family. So who is this Chew family? Let's have a very brief look at the publicly known facts about this family. Okay. Chew family is extremely rich and successful, originating from China, then based in Hong Kong, now with businesses in many countries, including Malaysia. I'm always happy for people's happiness and good fortune, but Deacon Chew Sr. has been in the past arrested and charged with conspiracy to falsify documents from Far East Bank, where they were major shareholders, for plotting to defraud the Commissioner of Banking by making false claims concerning the ownership of companies to which the bank had made advances of $352.5 million. Duncan Chew, which is Deacon Sr.'s son, has in the past been arrested for allegedly breaching the theft ordinance and the company's ordinance. Now, all of this happened in Hong Kong, okay? Now, David Chew, which is the plaintiff in this case, or we call Tan Sri David Chew, is Deacon Sr.'s son, has been in the past arrested and charged for the same offenses as Deacon Sr. He also faced charges of conspiring to falsify documents purporting to show that more than $246 million in credit facilities had been granted to the bank by various companies. And now, the climax to this family saga. The same Don, David Chew, is the founder and chairman of Mayland. So Mayland has been convicted of fraud and misrepresentation against W&W owners at the High Court level, at the Court of Appeal level, at federal court. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Please Google these names to read more. And now she put a correction there, the same son. So what triggered Tan Sri David Chew was the part where she said, the same Don. You know, in Italy, the mafia, the head of the family is called Don, the godfather, right? So when he read that part, the same Don, he thought the lady was referring to him as a mafia head. So he got angry. And that's why he said, you cannot call me a mafia head. I'm not a leader of a criminal society. So he sued her. But he forgot that at the bottom, she made a correction. The same son, not Don. Typo error. Okay, I'll go into that now. So, what happened during the trial? After this text was published, what did Miss Seema say? Seema said, nobody reacted or responded to this posting. 1 hour after the posting, the subject in that WhatsApp group changed to security topics, security concerns of the W&W apartment. So basically, nobody in the group talked about this posting. 10 days later, Miss Seema was removed from this WhatsApp group. So Tan Sri David said, the posting, in its ordinary and natural meaning, meant and understood that he was a fraudster, he was dishonest, he was untrustworthy, he was convicted of fraud, and is associated with criminals or the underworld. That's why the word Don was used. He also said that the posting had innuendos. Innuendos to mean that he was dishonest, untrustworthy, committed fraud, and he comes from a family of fraudsters and was convicted and served time in jail. So Tan Sri David Chew was not happy, filed a legal suit, and he asked Miss Seema to pay him 1.5 million ringgit in damages. So, what did the court find? The court found that the posting was not defamatory. Why? Because the postings never mentioned David Chew personally. She was referring at all times to Mayland. So she said, actually, Mayland should be the plaintiff, not David Chew. That's why the judge said, correct. And that's why he lost the case. And because he wrongly sued, Miss Seema got awarded cost of 80,000 ringgit. Now, there was a case last time where I think all of you will be saying, what if I post something through a fake account, anonymous account, right? I'll briefly touch on that now. There was a Malaysian case where our High Court judge said that, I quote from his case, he said, to find out who the culprits behind the blogs were, the plaintiffs filed a John Doe action against Google in USA. So in compliance with the court order, Google traced the blogs to Internet Protocol addresses. There are 2 numbers. So a subsequent search conducted by the plaintiffs on the 2 IP addresses revealed that they were within the IP address blocks allocated to Telecom Malaysia. So I'm not familiar what IP address blocks are, but this was in a court case. Now then, the judge then with that information, the plaintiff with that information then commenced legal action in Malaysia against Telecom and TMNet as the network service providers for an order to compel them to disclose the information of these 2 IP addresses because you want to find the person who created this account and published this defamatory posting. So in the end, Telecom did reveal the 2 IP addresses, and from there, the plaintiff managed to find the person who actually made the posting and sued him. So that's all from me. I hope this brief overview has been quite informative. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask me. Or if not, you can ask me when I'm down from the podium. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chin, for that very suspenseful presentation. Everyone was just waiting to hear what happens next. Thank you. For those of you who have any questions, Mrs. Chin is seated up front, so you can approach him and ask any questions that you would want. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to welcome Yang Berbahagia Datuk Muhammad Hanafiah bin Muhammad Kasim, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, Sabah, along with Mr. Chin Kai, SabahNet CEO, Technologist Ebenezer Godamon, Head of Cybersecurity, Sabah State Computer Services Department, Nurmalina Abdul Malik, Chief Assistant Director in Sabah State Computer Services Department, as well as Joyce Tuining, Public Affairs Senior Officer in SabahNet. Thank you guys for joining us today. All right, our last plenary session, which is session 7, is by Dr. Tan Su Foon. She is the Head of Program in Network Engineering and Senior Lecturer in University Malaysia Sabah. And she will be speaking on AI in cybersecurity, the past, the present, and the future. Dr. Tan Su Foon holds a PhD in Network Security from the University Science Malaysia, and she is currently working as a Senior Lecturer at the Faculty of Computing and Informatics at University Malaysia Sabah, and serves as the Head of the Network Engineering Program within the same faculty. Her extensive research interests encompass a wide range of areas, notably cryptography, information, and network security. Dr. Tan was recognized with the Women in Tech Award at the Huawei ICT Competition Global Final, and she holds several professional certifications including that of Certified IPv6 Network Engineer, Certified IPv6 Security Engineer, Huawei Certified ICT Professional, HCIP, and IBM Certified Academic Associate. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dr. Tan Su Fun.
Salam sejahtera and good evenings to our honorable guests, Yang Berbahagian Dato Muhammad Hanafia bin Muhammad Kasim, Setiausaha Tetap from the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation Sabah. We also have Mr. Chang Kai-yi, CEO SabahNet, and also T.S. Ebenezer, Condorman of Sabah State's Computer Science Departments. So, and ladies and gentlemen, so at the outset, thank you for the organizers, Sabah State Computer Service Department, SabahNet, and Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovations for inviting me to these selling sections. So my talks for today will be going to talk about the AI in cybersecurity. So I try to summarize, okay, what actually happened in the past. So I will go into more focus on answering what actually is a cybersecurity. Then after that, we will going to look into the present, especially on the evolutions of the cyber threats and also the attack vectors and how actually the AI, their roles in the cybersecurity and also the current state of art for the AI in cybersecurity today. Then we will going to looking into the ongoing challenge and also the futures. What whenever we're going to talking about the AI in the cybersecurity. Okay, so when we comes to my first, when we're going to talk about the cybersecurity, I still remember that the cybersecurity always is my favorite subject. But last time we did not call it as a cybersecurity. We just called it as a security, information security, or network security there. But most of the times, when we're going to talk about the cybersecurity, the people were going to think about it will be a hacking. Okay, people, those are very genius, intelligence, in computing, programming skill. They sit in the dark room to penetrate into the cyberspace. This one is always the impressions when we are talking about the cybersecurity. People were going to link it directly to the hackers, okay? But in the reality, actually they are just a normal people like us, okay? Like here is actually I'm not taking the kids' photo and simply put here. Basically, all of these, they actually are the hackers, okay? We have the youngest hacker in the world. Okay, Christopher, actually, he been the hackers when he was 5 years old. Okay, so this kid is very genius. He trying to bypass the Microsoft Xbox when he want to play the games. Okay, he find the way how actually to bypass the Xbox authentication and use his father's account. Okay, so actually this Christopher have been listed as a youngest security researcher under a giant tech Microsoft Security Tech Center there. Okay, we also have from Asia, India, Aman Hisham. So this one also is a youngest ethical hacker that have been certified in the Asia Pacific. And also we have a Yongki. So this one is from our Indonesia's, our neighbor. And he have a very sophisticated skill there. He actually successful to bring now all the neighboring country network when he just 19 years old. And actually he has successfully penetrated into the Singapore military network there. Okay, so basically, for those you are interested in the cybersecurity, okay, you might interest, right? So you might say, yes, I like hacking. But remember, in Malaysia, hacking is illegal. So if you want to be a real hacker, so please go for a proper way to be a certified hacker there. Otherwise, under the Malaysians, we have the act there. So you will be charged more than 100,000 and also 7 years there. Okay, so also some of you those on the they joined the hackathon one. It might be very young, less than 80 years old. You might think, hey, I might be not belong to the regulations. But remember, in the Malaysians, we have a list of the regulations. Okay, they can be actually going to handle all the aspects of the cybersecurity there. Okay, so let's go back to my first slide. What actually is your cybersecurity? What actually come into our minds? So basically, if we're looking into the cloud world here, most of you will think about your password, how actually to protect, and then currently very famous one, phishing. Okay, actually all of this we can be saying that they are deleted, and actually they are the components of the cybersecurity. But in case we're going to see how eager is our Malaysians want to know, want to learn about the cybersecurity. We're trying to using the Google search trends. We put in the information security, network security, cybersecurity, computer security, and AI in security for the teams today. So we can go into looking on here. So basically, our Malaysians, the trend is quite same with the worldwide. Okay, and if we go into scroll now into the Malaysia. So basically, Sabah, we have a very good progress. Okay, a lot of the, compared to other states. So basically, we are trying to look forward into the cybersecurity, which is consider a very good news for us. So we hope we can get more attentions and also the more parties to engage under this cybersecurity. So go back on here. Again, when we're going to talk about the cybersecurity, always the people were going to confuse about the information security, network security. So this one basically, if we're going to look in on it, so different aspect. Basically now we don't have a one, we said it is accurate, 100% accurate the definitions of the cybersecurity. Because in the research industry, every aspect we are claiming, this one, which going to actually the cybersecurity is belong to information security. Someone they are categorized based on the information type. Okay, they separate, okay, ICT, cybersecurity, and someone they're going to talk about cybersecurity, they split it based on the platform. So whether we have a physical information and also the cybersecurity there, so it's just focused on the cyberspace. So for me, this is what I summarize. So basically, they are related to each others. But if let's say we're going to talk about the information security, we will more focus on the data, how actually we're going to protect our data, not only on the cyberspace, but also in a physical. So that means how actually, example, we have an IC, how actually we're going to protect our IC, put into the water properly. So all of this one actually is under the information security. But for the cyber security, it's more focused on the cyberspace. That means the network security there, and also the computer security is including cyberspace and not cyber space there. So if we're looking into the overall cybersecurity, what actually are the core components of the activity? So basically, most of the times, it will put a heavy components focus under the network security. Okay, because the first how actually we've been attacked is from the network side. Okay, then it will going to have information, how actually we're going to protect our customer, our enterprise data, and also the applications, then the operations for the enterprise organizations, and also the security risk management. How actually we're going to mitigate the security risk, and also whenever security incidents happens, so how the organizations and also the enterprise going to handle it. And of course, it will be including the disaster, okay, and also the backups. And the most important, this one always is out of the control of the security team, always the human. Human issues always is out of the control. So no matter how strong we build the wall, so as long as the attacker, they're able to find out a one hole, so basically they can go into penetrate and attack to all whatever they want. Okay, so always when we going to talk about the cybersecurity, the head part is on the human side. Okay, so if we looking in the cybersecurity in parts, so basically we can go into looking the attack is more focused on the internet and also the web. Okay, so we're going to see here. So on the before the 1990s, so basically it's more focused on how actually I going to crack, okay, hack your password in order to unauthorized access to all the resources, okay, and also it will be focused on the website, okay, how actually I going to sabotage, or how actually I going to do some of the cross-site scripting in order for you to download the worms, virus. So this one is on the attack vectors for the before the 1990s. Okay, so during the 20, so it will be more focused on social engineering. One of the famous one is like phishing, right? Phishing, we come out exactly the same website, we send to you the email, so you were going to click in on it. But social engineering attack actually is also including, if let's say I'm sitting beside you, husband and wife. So basically, if I go in to look in on your password, so that one is also considered one kind of the social engineering attack. So actually, each of us actually we have qualified to be the hacker. Okay, and then it will be focused on the spyware, okay, and also the adware. And also, it will be starting the distributed denials of service, especially for those the enterprises. We want to bring down the competitors. So we will go into the dark side of the hacker, dark market. Then we're going to hire the hacker to do the distributed DOS attack there. Okay, so this one, during the 2010s and 2020, so the vectors is changed to, because phishing now everyone is smart already. Then they're trying to target for the VIPs here. Okay, all the top managements, okay, the managers, the directors, okay. So they're trying to target students, and then most of the times, in terms of the distributed denials of service, they actually are the long term. Okay, basically, often they are sponsored by the nation. Yeah, for the during the recently. Actually, this kinds of the attack, we can go into see that between the Western and also the Asians. Okay, then also we have Starnet. This one is a very famous APT that have been happened in the Middle East. Okay, and also another one is a zero-day exploit. That means how fast the hackers going to fight with the antivirus company to avoid them to find out, to detect this virus is the new one. Then another one is also very famous. They're trying to encrypt all your data, okay, to lock it. So if you want to unlock all your data, you have to pay some ransom there. That's why they call it as a ransomware. Okay, so in reasons, we have when we move to the IR 4.0, okay, we have Internet of Things, we have wearable technologies, okay, together with the ubiquitous computing there. Okay, so we have a lot of the devices that actually are connected to the internet. Then we're trying to collect their data for the AI. So for example, on here, this one we have, I think everyone, you have a smart TV nowadays, but the research have been found out, actually when you are watching the TV, someone is watching on you. Okay. So make sure if you have the smart TV, make sure you're trying to change everything from the default password or the default settings there. Because always the hackers, they were trying to exploit the default settings to hack into your network there. Okay, then another one is the smart home also. How actually the smart lock, we're using a thumbprint, we're using a face recognition for the AI. So actually they also have a security vulnerability there. So this one also the same things. If we go into studies on the commercialized software, basically all of these technology, they have embedded some of the standard security requirements there. But just when we distribute to the end user, they did not aware, then they are trying to base on the default setting. They did not going to change. Example, if you have installed a smart home or the CCTV, normally you were not going to change the default password, right? So this is how where the hacker can be exploited and go into hack into your smart home there. Okay, and then we also have a smart car recently. So this one, they basically actually they have been conduct a proof of concept of the hacking, how actually they're successful to control the Europe car there during 2016. Okay, but in recently, a lot of the news have been published. So how secure if we want to move to a smart vehicle? So of course they have a network and also the smart car itself. Okay, how actually we going to protect on them? And also the smart transportations. This one also have been a proof of concept, how actually they're going to hijack, okay, the airplane by going to manipulate the ADSS. That means the communications network between the airplane and the ground. So how actually they're going to spy on the informations there. Okay? So what we must more worry about is whenever the cyber attack, cyber security, it will going to involve life, okay, human life, okay, especially we have a smart health, okay, so this one also it have been a proof of concept under the cyber security lab there. So how actually they're going to successfully to adjust the parameters, okay, of the wearable device there. Okay, so this one, also, we always have a search engine, Google, right? So we are going to searching all the information. So this one, we actually have another search engine. We call it as a Sheldon. So this one, basically, they are starting on the 2000, I think early of the 2000. Okay, the times that are using this one, we still can go in to find out free or charge. But now, basically, you need to pay to subscribe, and then you can go in to access and find out all the devices they are connected to the internet. Okay, you can go in to find out the CCTV, okay, the IoT devices, whenever you make it as a public access. So basically, this search engine, they can go in to find out, okay, your device there. Okay, so if we go into looking into the Malaysia cybersecurity, this one is the data for the 2001 and 2020. Basically, it's during the MCO. So we estimated during the MCO, the attack actually will be less because no one is working at the office, right? But in the reality, actually, the attack is increasing, okay, more than before MCO. Okay, if we looking on the data of the Malaysians about the data breach, so Malaysia actually are ranking under the top 11s, okay, of the data breach under the Q2 2022. So for the enterprise, normally they are more concerned on the value, how actually the loss, financial loss there. Okay, but in the cybersecurity, it should not just looking on the financial loss, but what we're more concerned about whenever it extends further to be a cyber war or cyber terrorism there. Okay, so it will be involve a country and country. Okay, so this one is what we worry about. So that's why in Malaysia, we hope that we have more youngers and also the industry, they work together to trying to avoid this one to be happen. Okay, so now we're trying to look in. Okay, for the currents, we have IoT, we have the cloud, we have the ubiquitous computing. So how actually the AIs, they come in to improve the performance of the defense of the cybersecurity to these kinds of the attack. So we can go into look in. Basically, when we talk about the AI, okay, we are going to talk about the machine learning. Okay, and then the subset of the machine learning, it will be the learning. Basically, they are the computing algorithm. So we will go into train the data. Okay, we have a data set. Example, for the network, we will going to collect the enterprise data set or the government data set. So we try to put in a different machine learning algorithm, okay, or the learning in order to find out the patterns, okay, which is outlier than the normal one. So we call it as anomaly detections. So it's different from the existing one, okay? But with the current technology, okay, because we have a sufficient parallel computing, so basically they can support for the real-time threat analysis, okay? And another one is more also the current hot topic, how actually we're going to apply the NLP, natural language processing. Okay, example, if let's say I'm sending the email of the phishing, so how actually the AI going to differentiate this email and the normal email? This one is a phishing email, okay? So this one we call it how actually we go into more to human, understand the human language to apply the AI. So it's under the natural language processing. So we going to do some of the behavioral analytics. Okay, we're going to collect your data and we're going to detect whether this one is a potential attack emails or any SMS or any data there. Okay, so it can be also using for the automatic routing task also. We can, instead we're going to let the security administrator go into manually, okay, to trigger the incident's response. So we can let the AI, okay, to handle these kinds of things. So in case, this one is from the industry, it's already proven, it will go into improve on the detections rate, okay, reduce the false positive and also enhance the false positive rate there and also the scalability, okay. So basically in AI, for the reason, okay, what actually they are trying to focus, basically is more on network security compared to a data security there. So for a network security, basically it divides into the predictive and also the prescriptive analysis security there. So for the predictive, most of the times it focuses on how to predict, okay, the attack, okay, to find out the patterns of the attack, phishing, email. And also it will go into forecasting, okay, and most especially is focus on the zero-day threats detections there. So this one basically in the reason, because on the zero day, the challenges of the cybersecurity expert is how we can react faster than the attacker. Okay, the attacker, they were trying to modify the virus or anything, they cannot be detected by the antivirus. So it's still not detected and update the signatures of the antivirus company. So no one, you will not know that your computers, your PC, your handphones, it actually attacks by the virus. So this one, we call it as a zero day. So how actually the AI can help to improve the zero-day threat detections. This one actually is a current very hot topic under the research part. Okay. Then for the prescriptive security, basically it more focused on how actually we're going to react whenever we have an attack happen. Okay. Or before the attack happen. Okay. How actually we're going to solve it. So this one basically, it will going to pop into how actually we enable the AI to help to do the automated decisions and also to respond to the security incidents. And also try to do some treatments, okay? Whenever, example, your server is being attacked. So what actually you need to do, okay? And also to my tickets, your strategy, they were going to recommend the optimal solutions and also your security policy there. Okay, but this one is what we going to know the current state of the AI in cybersecurity research, but ongoing challenge that it's trying to solve by the researcher, even though in the industry, is how we actually to avoid the AI bias. Because we know that the AI basically is based on the data set that we train. Okay, if let's say I'm going to take the data set that is from the US, China, so whether it will be applicable to our local Sabah region. So of course, they will be introduced the data bias there. Okay, so this one is how the researcher, they're trying to generalize it, okay, to reduce the dependent factors on the regions, okay? And then another one is also the algorithm bias, because when we're going to select under the machine learning, under the deep learning algorithm, we have a lot. So how actually we going to pick the algorithm? Because some algorithm, they are good in prevent some attack, to predict some of the detections, but are not good in certain scenario. Example, for the phishing email, it should be using the NLP. So when we go into choosing this of the solutions, how actually we going to avoid, or how actually the algorithm, it can be, AI algorithm, it can be going to address the overall scenario and make it as a generalized. And then the presentations basically how actually if we are, like just now I said, if we want to address the spear phishing that targeted to the top management. So definitely how actually we go into pick up the data there, okay, under the presentations. We also cannot be overgeneralized. Because like just now, whenever we talk about the data bias, we might make it as a generalized. But if we're going to generalize, we might bypass some of the threats. They are designed specifically to target for a certain group. Okay? And then always, this one is how the smart the attacker is. They always know how to exploit the models, the AI. Okay? So another challenges is on the privacy, okay, and data protections. The first one is the data sensitivity. Because when we go in to apply the AI in cybersecurity, we need to provide a lot of the data set. That means, if, example, I apply under the phishing detection, so basically I need to provide the emails, contents. So basically it's a privacy, it's your email, personal email. Were you willing to share your email to train the AI? So this one is a major issues and challenges of the recent world, how actually we go into access some personal data, and then we going to enable the AI, okay, to protect this data. And also, if let's say, if we get the permissions for the user, how actually we going to retain this data? How long we can going to keep it? Where we should going to keep it? Okay, so this one basically also is another operations and management issues there. And also another one, because normally if we want to train the AI, we should provide a data in clear. That means the data in plain text, everyone can understand A, B, C, D, E. Okay, but what if the data is encrypted? So we no more can access, and we no more can apply the AI to do this of the enhancing the cybersecurity performance there. Okay, and another one is also the algorithm transparency. How actually we have a bias on the algorithm, and it will compliance to the local policy there. So for the Malaysians, we have personal data protections at there. So how actually we are compromised, we are follow, okay, the regulations there. So another challenge is always a cat and mouse game. Okay, we are smart, we apply the AI to defense, but the same things, the attackers, they were going to learn the AI to do the attack, right? It's just a cat and mouse games there. So the same things, we know we apply the AI. The attacker also will going to study the AI. Then they're trying to avoid what actually the AI algorithm looking for. They were going to study how actually your module there, okay? And then also they were trying to okay? They were trying to what actually the inputting data, trying to target on the inputting data, that means your data set, okay? They're trying to learn what actually the AI learn for it, and then they go into manipulate on this kind of the data, okay? Or they actually can go into changing on the AI. We call it as a model poisoning. That means we know the AI algorithm, the accuracy will be depends on the training data set. So what they do, they go into poisoning your data set. Because when we go into do the experience or everything, actually we are collecting for the real-time data. So actually they can go into to insert some of the fake data for you to collect, and then they go into poisoning your AI model. So to make your AI look like smart, but actually not that smart to capture on it. Then another one is reason also what we quite worry about. Actually, we can go into apply this, we call it as a generative adversary network, to generate a fake data, to pump in and poisoning your model there. Yeah. So that's why we say how smart, how strong the defense is, the attackers, they also have the way how actually to bypass and fight with the cybersecurity team there. Okay, another one from what I need to highlight is on the edge of the quantum computing. So it might be coming after 5, 10 years or 20 years there. So how actually the industry will be prepared, okay, for the AI in cybersecurity in the edge of the quantum computing. Okay, so for this one, basically in the recent industry, all we are applying like a SSL, like the algorithm RSA, ECC, all the security algorithm actually cannot defend the quantum attacks there. Okay, so this one basically in the worldwide organizations, basically they have teams to select candidates to displace, okay, in case the quantum computing is coming. So how we going to protect our data? Okay, they already have a final list of the cryptography. We call it as a cryptography there. So we call it as a NTLU, lattice-based cryptography, to stand by whenever the quantum computing is coming. So the thing is how actually those are working on applying the AI in cybersecurity. So you need to study, okay, or to focus or to think about how actually the AI algorithm, it can be resist to the quantum attack in future. And also how the AI, it can be simulate the quantum attack, okay? And also quantum secure AI training there. And also another one is you have to enhance the AI to defense for the quantum computing there. Okay, so this one basically is what I focus on the post-quantum cryptography on my research there. But I also got focus on the network security by applying the AI. So again, in the Malaysians, we need the cybersecurity expert. Okay, we don't have enough expert, okay, to work on it. So this one, hopefully we have more from the industry expert and also from the youngest generations to join on this industry, and then to fulfill the market demand there. So if you would like to do some cooperations to talk about any cybersecurity, or you have facing some issues, or if you want to do some of the research or further to looking into your enterprise, so you can contact me, okay? And in UMS, we also have one cybersecurity clinic. Okay, currently it's offer two services, okay, which is a data recovery and also the data sanitizations lah. Okay, the service to the public. So you can go into contact the Dr. Liu, is the person in charge for the cybersecurity UMS. So in terms of the ICT talents developments, basically we also working with the Huawei. We have the ISC Malaysia to tackle the whole Malaysia ICT talents developments. So this one basically for those you are from the college, higher education, so or the college, okay, high school also can. So you are welcome to join us lah. For how actually we're going to work together to develop the ICT talents for our Sabah and Malaysia society there. So I think that's all from me. So thanks again. And if you have any questions, you can ask me after this, or you want to ask here also can. Any questions?
Okay, we can
From
open
the
the floor
crowd?
for questions from the audience.
No, it's okay. You can just have a coffee talk or after this with me. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tan Sufun. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that marks the end of the plenary sessions for Bimp-Eaga Cybersecurity Summit 2023. Thank you so much to all our speakers for such an insightful sharing for this afternoon session. And we would like to show our appreciation to all of you with a memento presentation. With that, I'd like to invite Yang Berbahagia Datuk Muhammad Hanafia bin Muhammad Kasim, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation Sabah, accompanied by Mr. Chin Kayi and Mr. Ebenezer Godamon up on stage. Let's first invite Mr. Kelvin Chua. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to Mr. Kelvin Chua. Thank you, Mr. Kelvin. If you could remain on stage for a group photo later on. Next, we'd like to invite Mr. Chin Yuan Fong. And last but not least, Dr. Tan Sufun. Okay, let's have Calvin and Chin Yuan Fong to join the group photo as well. All right, thanks guys. You may now return to your seats. But actually, ladies and gentlemen, we are ahead of schedule. We are still waiting for the hackathon to finish at 4 p.m. So with that, we'd like to invite our guest of honor, as well as our distinguished guests and also ladies and gentlemen, to proceed to Kinabatangan Hall 2 on my right-hand side, where we had lunch, breakfast today and yesterday for a short tea break. And we'll meet back here at 4:15 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to come back at 4:15 p.m., where we will announce the winners of the hackathon and, of course, the most anticipated grand lucky draw session. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll start in 5 minutes. We will first do the prize presentation for the hackathon or Sabah Net Fortinet Security Fabric Range Challenge, and then we will proceed with the Grand Lucky Draw. So 5 minutes, 4:15 p.m., everyone. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We will proceed with our program for this evening. So we had two sessions of the hackathon, or also known as Sabah Net Fortinet Security Fabric Range Challenge. We had two sessions. The first session was this morning, and we just ended the second session at 4 p.m. just now. The results are in, and we will now announce the winners. But first of all, to present the prizes, I would like to once again invite back on stage, looking absolutely cool in their new jackets, Yang Berbahagia Datuk Muhammad Hanafia bin Muhammad Kasim, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, Sabah, accompanied by Mr. Chin Kai and Mr. Ebenezer Godamon, as well as Byron T. of Fortinet, and David Chan, a team lead of Network and IT Security from SabahNet. In third place, the team that will be bringing home 1,000 ringgit. Congratulations, Team I Am Pizza from UMS, with a total number of points 1,700 points. ₱2,000, ladies and gentlemen. Third place will be bringing home 2,000 ringgit. Congratulations, Team I Am Pizza from UMS. Let's invite the third place winners to remain on stage. In second place, congratulations, Team Local Host from SESB. They will be bringing home 3,000 ringgit in cash, with a total score of 2,743 points. Ladies and gentlemen, second place, Team Local Host from SESB. And first place, congratulations, Team Kaushak from SESB. Total number of points 3,243. Up on stage, the winners receiving their check of 5,000 ringgit, Team Kaushak from SESB. All right, as a token of appreciation, I'd like to invite Mr. Chin Kai to present a souvenir to Byron T. from Fortinet. Oh, sure.
Okay, SabahNet has a surprise for winners, but I'm not sure who wants to take it up. We are offering two job hiring for winners. If you're interested, we have two jobs offered. If you're interested, please contact our organizer.
Lucky set of winners. Okay, as mentioned by Mr. Chin Kai, whoever is interested, do get in touch with SabahNet. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to present a memento from Yang Berbahagia Dato' SUT to Byron T from Fortinet. Thank you very much. I'd like to request for our guest of honor and distinguished guests to remain on stage for the grand lucky draw. Right, for the grand lucky draw, we have a spin the wheel that will be displayed on the LED screen up front. So let's have the wheel up. And guys, another gentle reminder, this grand lucky draw is only open for those who have registered on day 1, registered on day 2, and have scanned all the QR codes at the booths outside the hall. You miss out one booth, you don't get a chance to be in the wheel. All right, let's have the wheel up. To present the lucky draw prizes for 5th place. Let's go. And the winner is Nur Irfani Amtullah binti Omar Baki. She will be bringing home a Philips 40-inch Full HD Android Smart TV sponsored by Sabah. Congratulations, Nur Irfani. A Philips 40-inch Full HD Android Smart TV sponsored by Sabah. And it gets better, guys. The 4th grand lucky draw. Let's spin the wheel. Congratulations, Muhammad Idzwan bin Salimi. Bringing home a Samsung Galaxy Tab A9 Plus, sponsored by Sabah. Congratulations, Muhammad Idzwan. And the 3rd grand prize is a Lenovo Tab M10 Plus, sponsored by JPKN. Congratulations, Jerica Johnny. Congratulations, Jerica. And now our 2nd grand prize. Let's spin the wheel. Congratulations, Teresa Lim. You'll be bringing home a Lenovo Tab P11 Plus, sponsored by JPKN. Congratulations, Teresa, and the grand prize is a Philips Premium Air Fryer XXL, sponsored by JPKN. Okay, ini ada bugi ya. So kalau kamu tidak datang ambil prize kamu, ada bugi. Alright. Let's spin the wheel, guys. Congratulations, Rahima binti Rudin. Congratulations, Rahima. Thank you so much to Yang Berbahagia Datuk SUT as well as our distinguished guests. You may now return to your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the Bimp-Eaga Cybersecurity Summit 2023. Congratulations to all winners of the lucky draw as well as the hackathon. Thank you to our sponsors and our speakers for making this Bimp-Eaga Cybersecurity Summit 2023 happen. And on behalf of the organizers, we would also like to thank Yang Berbahagia Datuk SUT for gracing us with your presence here today. And we hope that everyone managed to take away, learn, and share as much as you can. Till we meet again next time, my name is May Salita. Thank you, terima kasih, and Kota Huadan. Okay guys, kejap. Jangan bergerak dulu. Kita mau ambil one more group photo. Same as yesterday from the stage, okay? Actually kamu boleh bergerak, boleh berdiri, and then berkumpul di belakang sini lah. Sekarang informal sudah, so feel free to come in front and be in the group photo. Yang di belakang, mari ke depan, kita kasih penuh ruang di depan. Hackathon participants, come up front. Kasih isi ruang di depan, come on guys. Lagi. More. Our photographer bilang more. Come up to the front. Okay, those in the back. Yes, hackathon participants, please come and join us as well. All right, squeeze up front, guys. Nice.
Hi.
Okay, on the count of three. 1, 2, 3, smile. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Lai, can you come here please take the photo? Can we please have the hackathon participants to come up on stage, please? Hackathon participants. You can bring your mock checks.